There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Order. We come to notices of motion. Does any member wish to give a notice of a motion?
Speaker, I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting the House debates strengthening cross-sectoral integrated social inclusion programs which integrate social and economic outcomes.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to give notice of a motion? That doesn't appear to be the case. Are you standing up to give a notice of a motion, Clement? Or are you just standing up to walk away? Thank you. Okay. That doesn't appear to be the case. We then move on. We now come to motions without notice. Are there any motions without notice? Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes that the South African Olympic gold medalist Chad Litlos bettered his own world record in the 200-meter butterfly on Tuesday in the FINA Swimming World Cup in Singapore. Further notes that he achieved this amazing feat with a time of 1 hour 48 minutes 56 seconds. Acknowledges that Litlos set the previous world record of 1 hour 49 minutes 4 seconds in Netherlands in August this year. Further acknowledges that he also took the 50-meter butterfly title in 22.24 seconds on Tuesday and congratulates Litlos on his winning performance. We wish him well on his future endeavors and may he continue to fly our South African flag higher and inspire many young swimmers. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I doubt if there will be any, but I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice? Whose time is wrong? We will adjust the time accordingly. Order, order, order. Are there any further motions without notice? No, that doesn't appear to be the case. Yes, yeah, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates measures to empower the youth with values, soft skills and knowledge that could help the youth to develop into responsible and conscious adults.
Speaker, may I address you on a point of order?
What's the point of order?
There was an agreement that there would be no motions and statements today, and the agreement was made in the Chief Whip's forum. And I would like to raise a point of order on that.
I am not privy to agreements made in the Chief Whip's forum because it's not a Chief Whip's forum. And so, and agreements made elsewhere must come to us, and those that are made privately will remain private. Yes, ma'am.
Honourable Speaker, we agree with our colleagues on the other side that this agreement. We may have slipped, but there is an agreement.
Yes, clearly you people must have slipped. It's a slippery slope here. So, and, just to mention, but if there are any agreements, I must get those agreements before we come here, and not here in the chamber. Okay. Order. The first item on the order paper is in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable Speaker, I move that the House, notwithstanding Rule 29, which provides for the sequence of proceedings, limit the business for the sitting on November 8, 2013, to the debate on the subject for discussion in the name of the Leader of the Opposition. I so move.
Thank you very much. And I'll put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The second motion on the order paper is also in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the Honorable the Chief Whip.
Honourable Speaker, I move that the House, noting the resolution on the House on the 22nd of October 2013, which re-established the ad hoc committee on the protection of the State Information Bill and set the deadline for the committee to report on the 7th of November 2013, resolves to extend the deadline by which the ad hoc committee has to report to the 12th of November 2013, and that the committee further consider its report and the President's reservations on the bill. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there no objections? No objections. Agreed to. Honorable Chief Whip, you missed this, the motion, the second motion on the order paper. Do you want to go back to the motion that you missed?
The second one,
The
yes.
second one, yes.
I move that the House, notwithstanding the hours of sitting in the House as provided for in Rule 23, subsection 2, the House on Tuesday, 12 November 2013, sits at 10. I so move.
And I'll put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. We will now take orders 1 to 7 together as they appear on the order paper. These are the budgetary review and recommendations report. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the Honorable the Chief Whip.
Honourable Speaker, I move that the reports be adopted.
Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the 8th order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on the 2013 medium-term budget policy statement.
Thank you. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the Honorable Chief Whip.
Honourable Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the 9th order.
Consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Appropriations on the Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No. No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the 10th and 11th orders together.
Debate on the medium-term budget policy statement and first reading debate, Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much. And now we should recognize the Honorable Tabadiawa Alfred Mufumadi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, our guests, Director General of the National Treasury, present. Honorable Members, our debate on the medium-term budget policy statement coincides with the release by the U.S. bank Goldman Sachs of its 20-year report on the state of South Africa. This report is titled 2 Decades of Freedom. The report analyzes empirically how South Africa has changed in the past 20 years, both structurally, and it also looks into the challenges for the next 2 decades. The relevance of the report's honorable members on our work is because it independently reaffirms the correctness of our economic policy since 1994. Indeed, honorable members, we have made bold and correct decisions to restore economic growth and maintain sustainable fiscal policy, and yet, indeed, there is still more to be done to improve the quality of lives of our millions of South Africans that are still yearning to be part of our young democracy and benefit from it. Despite these outstanding socio-economic deficits, as South African people, there is a reason to celebrate the achievement of the last 19 years of our democracy under the leadership of the African National Congress. Indeed, the South Africa of today is far much better for all black and white than the one we inherited in 1994. Goldman Sachs report concurs with what was said on the 23rd of October in this House by our Minister of Finance, and let me remind South Africans and yourself, good members, of what the Honorable Minister said to South Africans about the 19 years of democracy. That our economy has indeed tripled. We have increased the economic base of South Africa. The national income per capita has increased by 40% in real terms. That the total employment number of 3.5 million job opportunities has been created. More than 16.1 million people are now eligible for social grants from 2.4 million in 1994. Seo se ra hore bo mogolaodutsi tšhelete ya ho thusa bana le bakgekolo le bakgalabe e kgonne go oketšea e fela ya oketša le batho ba ba tsenang mo lenaneo la mogolaodutsi. We have built more than 3 million homes, providing shelter to over 15 million people, so that we don't underestimate our own achievements. 15 million people are now having proper shelter, as the Freedom Charter anticipated and envisaged that there shall be housing and security and comfort for all. Millions of our people have got access to electricity, water, and sanitation. In terms of transforming our own economy over the last 19 years, we have seen over 600 billion rands of BE transactions taking place since 1995. In the last decade, there was a dramatic rise in the middle class, which has risen from 4.5 million to 10 million people. Honorable members, these are indeed the successes that we have realized in the last 19 years. We have not succeeded in solving all the problems, but indeed there's progress that we have made. In terms of our inflation targeting policy, we have reduced inflation from 14% that existed between 1980 and 1994 to 6% to date. Very sustainable. Fixed investment has increased from 15% of GDP in 1993 to over 20% over the past 5 years, despite the fact that we have not seen serious foreign and direct investment taking place at the rate which we anticipated over the years. Now, the observation that we make through the medium-term budget policy statement are the following: that the global economy remains subdued, though positive signs of potential and sluggish growth are possible. The US annual debt ceiling due to political antics poses a major risk for long-term world economic recovery. The debt ceiling debate has morphed itself into more than just a short-term political fight in the Congress. Increasingly, analysts say that the battle over the debt ceiling reflects a deeper constitutional struggle between the Congress and the President in the US. These are some of the issues that we have to take into consideration as we look into the future for our own economic planning. Domestically, we must also acknowledge that we have seen slow economic growth that has resulted in the tax revenue being revised downwards by 3 billion rands. We have seen high levels of unemployment rate, particularly among the youth. Government expenditure continue to exceed revenue, which we need to attend to. Low savings that has impacted on our ability to invest in economic infrastructure. We also observe over-indebtedness of households and take it easy. don't rush. We also acknowledge through this medium-term budget policy statement that we've got high current account deficit, high debt service level cost that we need to attend to. We also acknowledge and realize that in terms of the contingency grant, we're starting from a very low base, but over the next 3 years, we'll make sure that the contingency grant grows. The volatility of our currency also remains a point of concern. What do we need to do from here, honorable members? Counter-cyclical fiscal policy remains a central pillar of our revised medium-term budget policy statement. We seek to consolidate fiscal sustainability to support inclusive economic growth. Need to maintain expenditure ceiling to finance and sustain social and economic infrastructure programs through savings in the existing budgets. To shift expenditure from consumption to investment whilst ensuring that the principles of intergenerational equity are not sacrificed so that future generations do not have to pay debt for our comfort today without us guaranteeing them a better future too. The medium-term budget policy statement seeks to support job creation and promote manufacturing, particularly in the special economic zones. We also see through this budget the need to support youth employment and skills development through Youth Employment Tax Incentives program. In line with the National Development Plan, the Goldman Sachs report suggests that in the next 20 years, in the next 20-year period, the country should aim to raise its annual growth rate by more than 5%. In summary, honorable members, our counter-cyclical fiscal policy has responded positively and continues to reaffirm the principles of long-term sustainability and fiscal consolidation to support inclusive economic growth to ensure service delivery. Over the medium term, the revised fiscal framework will ensure that government is able to do the following: meet the 2013 fiscal deficit target of 4.2% as advised in the new format presented in the 2013 budget review. Continue financing real increase in spending that enhances social wage within a clear and explicit expenditure ceiling. To reduce the deficit substantially to level of the public debt trajectory, we need to ensure that government's wage bill remains sustainable. We also note through this budget statement that the fastest growing expenditure item in the consolidated framework remains to be interest payment, reflecting a substantial increase in government's debt stock in recent years. By 2016-2017, more than 140 billion rand will be required to service public liabilities, an amount that exceeds current spending on healthcare. However, the recent IMF Article 4 report does indicate that our debt level to GDP is sustainable. Honorable Speaker, economic growth has been weaker and less than what we originally anticipated. Thereby, tax revenue collection, as I've already said, has been revised downwards by 3 billion to 895 billion. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, in drawing my conclusion, the committee and the committee's conclusions view was that global economic outlook remains uncertain and that the domestic economic growth will be expected to remain moderate, with recovery in economic growth in the outer years to create jobs, boost revenue, and eventually reduce debt levels and budget deficit. The pathway to economic transformation, honorable members, necessitate a coherent and effective approach, working together in partnership in order to free our people from poverty and unemployment. We need a major upscaling of our efforts towards economic transformation consistent with our vision of a better life for all. We have to consolidate and put economic transformation at the center of development, recognizing that we cannot achieve social cohesion and sustain economic development unless we create an economy that provides opportunities for more South Africans to engage in the productive sector of our economy. Honorable Speaker, the ANC support the 2013 medium-term budget policy statement, and I thank you.
I thank the honourable member. Now I wish to invite the Honourable M. Swart to the podium.
Thank you, Speaker. On the 23rd of October, the Honourable the Minister of Finance tabled the medium-term budget policy statement, Division of Revenue Amendment Bill and Adjustments Appropriations Bill in the House for discussion. The MTBS contains some good but also some worrying features. Worrying features remain the budget deficit, government debt as a percentage of GDP, sharp reduction in the contingency reserve, the inclusion of extraordinary receipts to balance the budget and the slow growth forecasts over the MTEF. Gratifying, however, was the reduction in ministerial perks, the emphasis on aligning the budget to the National Development Plan, the introduction of a youth wage subsidy, although watered down substantially, and the long overdue recoupment of more than 3 billion rand from departments who have failed to spend their budget allocations. Much more can, however, be achieved to balance the budget by simply starting to align the budget allocations to departmental outputs as set out in the annual performance plans, and to further penalise those departments who consistently fail to spend their budgets due to plain ineptitude. In a report to the Appropriations Committee, the Public Service Commission identified and investigated the 12 national departments most likely to have an influence on attaining the five main priorities of government, being decent work and sustainable livelihoods, education, health, rural development, food security and land reform, and fighting crime and corruption. Most departments, with the exception of the Department of Economic Development, fared particularly badly when comparing their outputs against the annual expenditure against the 2012-13 budget. The relevant figures are: the Department of Trade needed to spend 99.2% of their budget, achieved only 64% of their outputs. Basic education, 91.9% spent, 63% of outputs achieved. Agricultural, forestry and fisheries, 99.5% spent, 59% of outputs achieved. Human settlements, 97.3% budget spent, 53% outputs achieved. Labour, 95% of the budget spent, outputs achieved 53%. Justice and constitutional development, 99.9% of the budget spent, but only 44% of the outputs reached. Cooperative governance and traditional affairs, 97.4% spent, but only 43% outputs achieved. Rural development and land reform, 99.4% spent, 31% outputs achieved, and SAPS, 99.6% spent, 22% of the outputs achieved. And in many cases, the senior management of these departments received performance bonuses. The 9 departments that I've mentioned average spending against budget at a level of 97.68%, but they only averaged 48% on outputs. At the time of compiling the report, the annual reports of Health and Public Works had not been submitted, but they have now been submitted. Of the 12 departments, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, as well as Rural Development and Land Reform, received qualified audit reports, whilst the Department of Public Works received a disclaimer. The other departments all received unqualified audit reports, but all with findings. In respect of the National Anti-Corruption Hotline, details about the department shows that a mere 32% of corruption cases reported were in fact closed. Only 3 of the departments achieved a closure rate exceeding 60%, with basic education closing 0 cases and human settlements only 1% of cases referred to them. So much for the fight against corruption. All members of the senior management services are obliged to disclose particulars of the registrable interest by not later than 30th of April each year, and only 100% compliance rate is acceptable. The Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, as well as Labour, maintained a 0% compliance rate, whilst the Department of Human Settlements dropped from 100% compliance rate in 2012 to 0% in 2013. The impact results as obtained by the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation that the Presidency confirms that the state of management practice in the public service leaves much to be desired. In fact, we have seen a deterioration in impact scores in the state of management practices from 70% non-compliant or partially compliant in respect of the 11-12 financial year, increasing to 80% non-compliant or only partially compliant in 12-13. The fields covered by the impact assessments included strategic management, governance, HR management, and financial management. On the impact scores, other departments not investigated by the Public Service Commission fared equally badly. The Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities, for instance, only partially met 14% of its KPI objectives, with 86% being below acceptable levels. The departments investigated by the Public Service Commission are all crucial to achieving the priorities of government, but other departments are equally important to attain value for money. Departments generally continue to seek valuable resources, but with no indication of return on investment. The Department of Water Affairs is a good case in point, as they have received even higher budget allocations, but are persistent poor performance, in particular for spending budget on capital assets so necessary to provide water to all households. More often than not, there is also a lack of appropriate management action in cases of poor performance. It is time for Parliament and particularly portfolio committees to perform their oversight role with more vigour, specifically as far as meeting outputs against performance indicators are concerned. With the economy as tight as it is, all budgets should be geared to be results-oriented and focused on achieving redress and service delivery, with a high premium on job creation in order to achieve the objectives of the National Development Plan. Simply cut the budget and or existence of those departments that are not delivering value for money. Surely, we do not want to become a country described by President Ronald Reagan as one, and I quote, where the government becomes like a baby's elementary canal with a happy appetite at one end and no control at the other. We must start operating more effectively. I thank you.
Thank you. I now wish to invite the Honourable Kuranov.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The financial crisis has exposed many countries' weak spots. We have not been saved in the process, and according to Jack Loubser of Sanlam, it hit South Africa on a very bad time. 2008, politically, we were at a very volatile position just after Polokwane. And in fact, we saw the transformation from the Mbeki to the Zuma era. He emphasizes that the crisis created a climate for the global weakening of fiscal parameters. Anti-cyclical fiscal policies were embraced, and those countries like South Africa who had the fiscal room to stimulate their economies did so. But then Loubser concluded that the result was quite different, and we have seen a sharp increase in consumption spending, financed by loans, resulted South Africa to show the great. Under the Honourable Praveen Gordhan's leadership, we had hit the brakes, but it is not vibrant again, or has the crisis an illusion. We are linked to what is happening elsewhere in the world. It grew by 7.5%. But since 2012, Brazil came down to credit and state consumption, and policies have played them simply out. Brazil lost focus. Goes towards the state wage bill. The spending on infrastructure in Brazil. Mr. Speaker, this brings me to the Europe to develop new markets and enter into new alliances. But to think that belonging towards Europe, I think our relationship is at a low and it is dangerous. Tim Cohen, editor of the Partner and the United States European economy, close quote. While growing other markets, you remain our major trading partner. Minister, we want more positive news out of aid. My information is that more than half of the aid budgeted, the perception is growing that we are about them. BRICS will not be the panacea people thought it to be. All the BRICS economies are slowing down. BRICS will not be the only engine. So what should we do? We should firmly apply the brakes, cut government spending more, merge ministries, keep our good relationship with Europe, reform our appropriate bill.
I thank the Honourable Member.
South Africa finds its growing government debt and an unstable political and labour environment that is slowly. Our tax base for this Honourable House is. We know that international business is looking to expand places for economic growth over the following 5 years. What to attract foreign investment, all aspects of our political and socio-economic spheres with such resolve.
Honourable Speaker, Deputy President, the the African National Congress, in supporting the budget policy statement, indicates the government's plan to build and obligations. For the ANC, the need to build a developmental state with specific South African characteristics that take into account the evolution and current economy in the interest of higher rates growth through participatory and representative democracy. The MTBBS contributes to the building, amongst others, that is finally connected to efficiency. The reality is that government needs personnel to promptly deliver on its core obligation of decent jobs and sustainable livelihoods. Honorable Speaker, one officer in and consequences of patriarchy, including the feminization of poverty and all forms of exclusion of women from positions and sustained development based on high growth rates. Honorable Speaker, this technical capacity hinges on, among others, proper training on the orientation and leadership of the public service, and on acquiring and retaining steps to achieve a developable and developmental state. It asserts, therefore, that a developmental state brings about transformation in the country's economic and/or conditions, brings about transformation in the country's economic intensive and effective intervention in the structural causes of economic and social underdevelopment. Honorable Speaker, in response to some issues that have been raised by the opposition on my left, on dealing with the negative perceptions that are rolled out on an annual basis by the opposition, especially the DA and COPE, we need to say the following. The MTBBS continues, you'll have to listen because it is a skill, continues to prioritize the social wage correctly as the main instrument in fighting poverty, as well as building the capabilities that will drive longer-term growth and productivity. This includes education, infrastructure, and a diversified industrial capacity. The strategy is to invest in our human and physical capital, whilst lowering the cost of living the poor. It means regulating the economy to improve competitiveness while raising beneficiation of our raw materials. It means investing more time in developing a collaborative partnership with organized labor and the private sector based on the principles of decent work and employment, strategic investment in the most productive sectors of our economy, and growth through development. On the question of debt services costs, the central question is the price of debt and the cost to government. This only rises when there are other investments that are available and yield a better return to investors than their purchasing of the current government debt. All signals from the bond market, the financial markets, and the real economy suggest a more positive position that opposition would want us to believe. Inflation is not a threat because monetary policy and bond yields are low by historic standards, make it possible for government to finance its debt relatively well. The notion that government debt is crowding out private sector investment has no empirical evidence. No one can substantiate on that. The alternative that the opposition wanted the ANC government to adopt is the reduction of government spending, which will reduce consumption growth. The economic facts are that lower government spending will further depress economy in the short term, and we all agree that raising taxes to deal with deficit when the economy is weak, you cannot suspend service delivery in the face of the fact that you want to save. Those who advocate the DA and COPE to do that answer lies with austerity, and that will send the right signal to the private sector, who will then spontaneously kickstart spending and stimulate economy, have failed to show in a single country where this illogic works. Rather, we reaffirm the stance to adopt in the MTBBS as the ANC of a balanced package that continues to pursuit of the counter-cyclical fiscal policy, broadens the social wage to fight poverty and inequality, and deals with inefficiencies in public spending. We therefore, as the ANC, support all endeavors by the leader of the ministry, Comrade Praveen, in order to ensure that the gap between the haves and have-nots is not just minimized, but closed. And in that, it is only the responsible political party which is driving these processes that will also take responsibility where there are gaps. We are able to do that under the stewardship of this comrade who has been leading since he came into office in Africa, if not the world. I thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member, and I wish to invite the honourable N.L. Kwangwa to the podium.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honourable members. It's always very tricky to actually speak after the ruling party, because there are a number of issues that a ruling party would raise that you'd like to respond to, but obviously I am not going to deviate from my script. Last week I followed with keen interest the debate in this House when the finance minister often accused opposition parties of electioneering when they sometimes offered a different view. The unfortunate perception this created is that government is more patriotic than some of us sitting in opposition benches, which is patently untrue. Mr. Minister, that your government has taken almost 5 years to give practical expression to your clarion call for deep haircuts, and that this cost-cutting exercise occurs in the run-up to the 2014 elections is in itself entirely and altogether electioneering on the part of government as well. I also noted the Democratic Alliance's attempt to suggest that there's a direct correlation between its march on COSATU last year, when it was protesting against the trade union's stonewalling of the youth wage subsidy, and government's decision to table the employment tax incentives bill here in Parliament last week. How, I don't know. However, let us assume for a second that there is merit in the argument that Party A can march on Party B in order to get Party C to behave in a manner that is desirable to Party A. It then follows that the economic freedom fighters should march on SACP to get government to nationalize mines and banks, or that the DA as the main opposition party should march on itself to get the ruling party to review party funding legislation so as to create an open opportunity political landscape for all. Pardon me, Mr. Speaker, I digress. But perhaps I too succumb to the logical temptation to join my esteemed governing parties in electioneering. Coming back to the medium-term budget policy statement, we are acutely aware that the Minister delivered his policy statement at a time when South Africa's economic outlook is moderated by a number of global risks, and that global economic recovery remains sporadic. This makes the task of growing the economy at a rate required to create jobs extremely difficult. In this regard, we welcome the Finance Minister's tabling of the Employment Tax Incentives Bill here last week, which proposes a youth wage subsidy aimed at encouraging employers through tax incentives to create job opportunities for young people. The strategy should be complemented by steps to address the capacity constraints faced by many institutions set up to support small businesses, especially youth-owned business enterprises. This is because the UDM has always argued that not only do young people continue to occupy the periphery of economic activity, but that the problem of stubbornly high unemployment in South Africa appears to be one of youth unemployment. Government's decision to introduce a wide range of measures to cut down on wasteful expenditure in government is welcome, albeit a long overdue step. However, challenges of labor instability, protracted and often violent strikes hold back the economy and depress the currency and investor sentiment, in particular in the mining and manufacturing industries. South Africa needs to urgently address its fragile industrial relations because it seems to be a major contributing factor in us losing our status to being a port of entry for trade into Africa for neighboring countries such as Mauritius. We also need to take steps to address the challenge of our twin deficits on the current account and budget deficit. We also need to take urgent steps to address or to try and rein in the high and the continuing to grow public sector wage bill. The UDM supports the bill. I thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member, and I wish to invite the Honourable the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries to the podium.
Speaker, when South Africa's new constitution was signed, that was December 1996, the overall index on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange stood at 6,600. Today it stands at 46,000. On that day, the London gold price stood at $368. Today, the gold price is 1,318. But we must not bluff ourselves with numbers. Mining, which should have benefited from the gold price, has shrunk from a 15% contribution to the country's GDP to only 5.5% last year. Strikes and demands for unreasonable wage increases of 60% played a role in this. On that day, a US dollar cost R4.60. Today, a US dollar costs R10.15. Sir, today the South African economy is slowly moving in the wrong direction. The economic growth rate remains low. The government is not succeeding in reducing unemployment, and problems of poverty remain very serious. The Honourable Minister of Finance, to a large degree, succeeded in maintaining a balance between financial restrictions on the one side and the demands placed on government spending. But so without a radical change in economic direction, the Minister will not be able to maintain this balance much longer. What's the main reason for the economy moving in the wrong direction? So the main reason is the ANC's continual interference in the private sector, and specifically the ANC's ambiguous message to the private sector and to foreign investors. The Minister of Finance pleads for more foreign investment because without it we will not be able to increase our economic growth rate. So the FF Plus agrees with this. He and the National Development Plan promise less red tape and government interference to make it more attractive for national and international investors to invest in South Africa. So we agree. But then the next moment, another minister announces stricter labour laws and more black economic empowerment measures. At the same time, we get a new bill on foreign investments, which will increase the red tape for foreign investors considerably and make it more difficult to invest here. No wonder that investors are confused about South Africa. Does the government's right hand know what its left hand is doing? Remember, sir, investors have the memories of elephants, the hearts of lambs, and the legs of hares. Hulle onthou lank, hulle is baie versigtig en hulle hardloop gou weg. The days when investors could invest despite the problems in South Africa have passed. They owe the ANC in South Africa nothing. There are many more other countries which put in a lot of effort to make it as attractive as possible for investors. We in South Africa put new obstacles in the way, and then we're surprised when the investments do not roll in. Meneer, die Vryheidsfonds stel voor dat alle klein- en middelslagondernemings vry van arbeidswetgewing gestel word. Kom ons kyk dan hoe skep hulle werk. Kom ons gee beleidssekerheid aan beleggers deur die dubbele boodskappe te stop en ons kyk hoe nuwe beleggings instroom. Ons ekonomie sal ook nie baie langer kan voortgaan om in 'n kwart van die bevolking, 16 miljoen Suid-Afrikaners, staatstoelaat te betaal nie. You can't indulge in a major program of redistribution and welfare before you have experienced a period of high economic growth. So we need a radical change of economic direction to resolve South Africa's unemployment, poverty and growth problems, because the current policy surely is clearly not working. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now wish to invite the Honourable the Deputy Minister of Finance.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. The MTBPS we are debating today, Mr. Speaker, is about sustainable public finances and national development. Building on the budget that we tabled at the beginning of the year, it gives further expression to our efforts to implement the National Development Plan. Our plan articulates the central priorities of public policy, which eliminates poverty, reducing inequality, with a focus on lowering the cost of living and doing business, increasing exports, creating more jobs, and making economic growth more inclusive. At the same time, our MTBPS recognizes the increasingly limited fiscal space, as some members have alluded to, and reinforces our commitment to an expenditure ceiling. It provides a clear path towards debt stabilization and our efforts to curb waste. The budget framework that we tabled for the next 3 years reflects the goals of the National Development Plan, particularly as it relates to reducing economic constraints and improving state efficiency. Honourable Speaker, a number of members have made some statements. It is indeed puzzling that some members, whilst there are positive stories about our country, choose the negative ones when they read, and they read them quite selectively. Honourable Member Coreno from Cope quotes Mr. Lobsha, and he compares, I don't know why he did not go on to compare this with the latest Goldman Sachs report. That report, as the chairperson of the committee also indicated earlier, talks to a number of positives. It says this South Africa is not the same South Africa we lived in prior to 1994. It talks to South Africa where social security has extended to the broader majority of South Africans. It talks to a South Africa that has extended housing opportunities to more than 3 million households. It talks to a South Africa that is, whose economic growth has trebled since 1993. It talks to employment numbers that have increased by 3.5%, even though the labor force has increased. It talks about BE empowerment, which the Honorable Deputy Minister of Agriculture thinks it is a crime. It is not a crime to empower black people in this country because it was not a crime to legislate against the employment of our people. This, and Mr. Honorable Korendorf talks about 2008 being a bad time. Indeed, it was a bad time. But what is important is how South Africa acquitted itself after 2008 during this crisis. The comparison with Brazil is also, for me, quite puzzling. And he also compares our attitude towards Europe, which he calls the European connection, as that it is wrong for us to belong to BRICS. That's what you implied. Let me give you some statistics that would help you understand why the focus is where we are. Prior to the global financial crisis in 2008 and 9, 33% of South Africa's manufactured exports went to Europe. It has now fallen to 21%. This is not South Africa's choice. The EU has registered negative growth for 5 years. The EU's economy has shrunk year after year for half a decade, as I correctly pointed out. We could not therefore expect them to buy more of our exports when their incomes have fallen. This has nothing to do with our attitude towards the EU. Instead, our exports to China, if you look east now, have increased from 10% of total exports in 2008 to nearly 15% today as we speak. The Chinese economy is now the second largest in the world, and you say all the countries in BRICS, their economies are shrinking. African continent is but one area where everybody is looking, and as a country, it would only be logical for us to focus on where growth is. I'm also intrigued by the IFP's assertion that well, at least she did say that she wants to paint a bleak future. I don't think it helped. You say you are on a slippery slope. Please look carefully. We are not on a slippery slope. It is how we conduct ourselves. And I also couldn't follow exactly what Mr. Nkwankwa from the UDM was saying. Maybe somebody will be able to decode what the honourable member was saying. But the falling commodity prices that the Deputy Minister of Agriculture was referring to, and the weak currency and more PEE as a crime, is also intriguing for me. Ladies and gentlemen and honourable members, 2013 MTBPS is tabled indeed at a challenging moment with opportunities for change, while continued growth in a weak global environment demonstrate the resilience of the domestic economy. The pace of economic expansion, we agree, is inadequate to address our needs. South Africa has to give greater impetus to the investment and structural reforms that will lead to faster growth, generate jobs, create new opportunities for emerging businesses. Challenging times require that South Africans, again, I repeat what the Minister said, to unite and give effect to the sound plans that we have adopted. While the global outlook is not expected to improve in the near future, there are many areas of opportunity, and those are the ones that we must take advantage of. A sound fiscal framework that we have put in place supports the sustainable financing of government spending, while progressive alignment between departmental budgets and the objectives of the NDP will continue to bolster government's contribution to development. And thank you very much for the support that you are receiving in this House.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy President, the ACDP broadly supports this important medium-term budget policy statement, which gives an indication of government income and expenditure over the next 3 years. Now, most analysts believe that the Honourable Minister of Finance produced the best policy statement that he could, notwithstanding the uncertain global economic outlook, as well as domestic challenges arising inter alia from the strike action in mining, motoring and transport sectors. government's counter-cyclical fiscal policy is firmly aligned with the National Development Plan, and we as the ACDP support this because this provides policy certainty. And this also sends a very clear message to trade union movements such as COSATU that the development plan is to be implemented, and it also sends a message to reassure investors and credit ratings agencies that National Treasury will not deviate from trademark fiscal conservatism, notwithstanding political pressure, particularly from various quarters and the trade union movement. Now, this should be our narrative. This should be the narrative that we should speak when we are speaking out. And yes, we do have many challenges, but it is very important that as we focus on the challenges, we also focus on what other economic analysts are saying, that this medium-term budget is positive. On the downside, we know that the weaker global economic outlook, together with fallout from the strikes, has negatively impacted our economic growth forecasts, which are now down to 2.1% of GDP, down from earlier forecasts. But let us also be thankful there are many countries that have no growth, economic growth, such as we see in Europe. Whilst we've got lower growth, we have lower tax revenues, and SARS is going to be hard-pressed to meet its target, and I hope all MPs have filed your returns and are up to date with your taxes. Of course, we also see the risk of the unwinding quantitative easing in the US, and that will impact emerging markets and will impact on our current account, our trade account deficit, as we rely heavily on external funding to meet our obligations in that regard. We as a country need to continue increasing exports where possible, and particularly where our country has natural endowments and comparative advantages such as mining and manufacturing to counter this risk. And clearly we need policy certainty in those areas as well. Now, we have, the ACDP, we've previously expressed concerns about the budget deficit, the projected state debt cost, and the spiraling debt service costs. And we need to look very carefully at the fiscal consolidation path. Now, we are relatively on track. However, the year is now outward when we are going to reach that 3%. It's moved outwards to 201617. But we are relatively on track, and we need to monitor that very carefully. The size of the budget deficit, as we know, results in debt service costs increasing faster than any other category of spending, and that crowds out spending on developmental priorities. This we need to monitor very closely from our side to ensure that fiscal consolidation is on track. The ACDP will support this medium-term budget policy statement. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Mfundisi.
Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, and honourable members, the mini-budget we are debating seems to have been prepared to ensure that South Africans should be appeased, taking into account the debt that we are headed for. The austerity measures announced in the MTBPS bode well for ensuring that the economy is placed on even keel. These announcements somewhat add value to the light or to the fight against corruption. However, we believe it would be appropriate if the minister also gave an indication of how government intends to recover monies already lost in that way. The 15 million people dependent on social grants is really nothing to write home about. The UCDP believes that everyone has to live by the sweat of their brow. Government has to make sure that there are jobs and job opportunities within reasonable distances where people live. We welcome the firm tone towards the implementation of the NDP. The government has a reputation of producing great papers and sit on them, but we hope this time around, in these 30 years of planning, the whole exercise will come through and benefit this country in the long term. We are concerned that the unchanged transfer duty and capital gains tax, rather concerned at the unchanged transfer duty and capital gains tax. Our view is that a drop in these would open gates for the many first-time home owners who would otherwise be left out of the market because they cannot fork out the huge amounts required. Fuel levies are a huge pinch on the ordinary citizens. It appears that the government continues to squeeze and squash out every penny that they can get from the ordinary man, and this has adverse effects on the many spheres of living. And finally, The UCDP holds the view that as we proceed, the total agreement with the belt-tightening measures proposed in the budget will be good for the country. The UCDP supports the 2013 medium-term budget policy statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Khalde Blom.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, comrades and friends. It is said that the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. Perhaps I should start off by observing that next we are celebrating 20 years of freedom and democracy. Our tree is blossoming and continues to grow. The 2013 MTBS adds another spring to this growth period as we forge forward towards the realization of our vision of 2030. Speaker, let me also take the opportunity to thank our Minister of Finance, Honourable Pravin Gordhan, and the Deputy Minister Nene for their unwavering stewardship, focus and resilience. Together with the DG and his team, they are a formidable team, and South Africa can thank them for such brilliant work they are doing. Speaker, the tabling of the 2013 MTBS in October, a month in which we celebrate the 32nd annual World Food Day, South Africa, together with the global community, embraces sustainable food systems for food security and nutrition. The World Food Month is even more important for South Africa in light of the 2011 census revelation that South Africans spend 12.8% of their income on food. And this figure will be even higher for those low-income households. Speaker, it is again this background that the ANC welcomes the budget adjustments made to the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. More specifically, the ANC welcomes the additional adjustment of 4.3 million rand allocated for the disaster relief component of the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Programme grant. The 2013 MTBS revealed that agricultural output grew by 3.6% in the first half of 2013 compared to the same period in 2012. It is also pleasing to know that over the medium term, agriculture will grow faster, owing to growth in African markets. Improved management of water resources, better integration of small-scale farmers through market access, financial support and resolution of outstanding plant claims will make certain that this part will grow. Chairperson, the 2011 census noted the following fundamental points. Agriculture as a sector contributes about 2.2% of the country's GDP and contributes 5.2% to employment. A total of 2.9 million households were involved in agriculture. When it comes to rural development and land reform, waarvoor ek baie lief is en waarvan ek baie hou om met daai twee departemente te praat, we are pleased that the budget for the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform remains unchanged at 9.5 billion rand as per our appropriation at the start of the financial year. It cannot be argued that the effective implementation of policy to improve the lives of the rural poor will, by definition, have a direct benefit for the rural poor and the society in general. To this end, the Department is committed. It is our responsibility to ensure this is expedited and achieved. As I have alluded in previous speeches before this House, the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform is a key priority of government. Rural development and land reform carries the hopes and aspirations of our people who reside in rural areas. It is in this spirit that we are pleased that the Department is on course to achieve its performance as shown by the following mid-year achievements. 2,296 households are already producing their own food through the Rural Development Programme. 87,318 hectares of land have been acquired through the Land Reform Programme. 552 youth have participated in the National Rural Youth Service Corps. The department must ensure that the small-scale farm households have access to state-sponsored agricultural development programs. Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, we welcome the budget available for the Office of the Land Valuer General, who we believe that office will play a very important role in transparent land reform. Our support for this budget reaffirms our commitments to the provision of skills development and training support for emerging farmers, and most importantly for job creation in land reform projects, with the aim of creating a world-class agricultural and agro-processing industry. The ongoing land reform process should be seen as a golden opportunity where we as South Africans can put our difference to rest and focus on building a social compact for the benefit of future generations. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to say that Honourable Minister Pravin Gordhan concurs with the sentiments he shared recently at the Nelson Mandela Foundation in Gauteng when he said, there is too much despair. We need to recognize the good work we have done. Minister, there is too much unnecessary despair. Deputy Speaker, this is deliberate imposition of gloom and doom mentality reminds me of the notion of glass half full or half empty. This notion is used to emphasize the differences between positive and negative thinking, or optimism and pessimism. It is high time that we erase this irresponsible pessimism and focus on practical realism. The reality is that South Africa is a land of many opportunities. Ours is a garden of possibilities. Ours is the Garden of Eden. Let us all work together to build an agricultural sector that can support and underpin industrial growth, peace and prosperity. Maar Speaker, daar is 'n ander aspek waaraan ons moet dringend aandag gee en waaroor ons baie dankbaar is. Dit is die publieke sektor, die staatsdiensamptenare wat 'n akademie gaan kry en waar tydens hulle volledig en behoorlik opgeleid sal word om 'n stabiele en 'n respekvolle staatsdienskorps daar te stel. Speaker, in aggenome van wat vandag hier gesê is dit mos so dat politieke partye voor verkiesings, veral die oppositie, mos negatief word. Wie het markte oopgemaak vir Suid-Afrika in hierdie land? Die ANC-regering. Wie het markte vir lande oopgemaak in Afrika, in Asië en Indië? Hierdie ANC-regering. Wie het besighede vir Afrika oopgemaak, in Afrika oopgemaak? Hierdie ANC-regering. Speaker, dis wat gaan gebeur, want die is lede aan hierdie kant, wat redelijk naby my sit, wat 'n klomp jare gelede gesê het, as dit moet politiek swak, as dit moet Suid-Afrika swak gaan dit met die oppositie goed. Hier is nog 'n spreker van die DA wat later gaan praat. Ek kan ook vir sê wat hy gaan sê. Hy gaan ook negatief wees en hy gaan ook in elk geval pessimisties wees. Hierdie land se finansiële sake is in goeie hande. Danksy Pravin Gordhan, danksy Minister Nanny, danksy uitvoerende gesag. Ons sal leer hulle Suid-Afrika is op regte pad. Ek dank u.
Thank you, Honorable Geldeblom. Order. Honorable Singh, can I appeal to the gallery, whilst we all appreciate your presence here, but you cannot participate, in particular by clapping. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought they were going to clap for me. Madam Speaker, honorable colleagues, what is bleak is the fact that there are many, many government departments who are unable to spend taxpayers' money effectively and efficiently. And this is confirmed by reports of the Auditor General, which cite wasteful, fruitless expenditure, corruption, and all sorts of things. That is what is bleak, and these are things that we have to correct as we move forward. Madam Deputy Speaker,
It's a pity that we in the Appropriations Committee were not given more time to debate in this particular debate through the courtesy of the ANC on that side, the Chief Whips, because the Appropriations Committee also received inputs from a number of organizations like the PSC, the FFC, the Human Rights Commission, and many departments, and we are not in a position here to be able to express exactly what they said. But what they said, Honorable Minister, in one regard is the question of expenditure versus performance. In many instances, you find that 100% of a department's budget has been expended. But when you look at the performance and the targets, they only meet, some of them, less than half. Now, what is happening? They are budgeting for money, they are spending the money, but they are not meeting their own performance targets. Is it a question of fiscal dumping? Is it a question of they are not planning properly? This is a matter of concern that, Honourable Minister, you need to look at. When we look at the salary bill, and I think in the MTBPS there's reference to the fact, and I quote from there, the content suggests that over the medium term, government will have to ensure that growth in employment and earnings does not threaten the expenditure ceiling. And there is concern about the growth of managerial and administrative staffing across government. The growth in the public sector wage bill has exceeded the rate of inflation over the past several years. This is indeed cause for concern, Madam Deputy Speaker and Mr. Minister, especially when there is no yardstick to measure the productivity of the staff. We don't envy staff who get more money and salary adjustments, but are we getting commensurate productivity from them? We feel this is an area that should be looked at.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time is up now.
Thank you.
Honourable Harris.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hate to give Honourable Gelderblom a self-fulfilling prophecy, but I am indeed slightly pessimistic about our so-called Garden of Eden. We have an incredibly beautiful country, but unfortunately, politically, Honourable Gelderblom, there are too many snakes in our Garden of Eden. But nevertheless, the Finance Minister's medium-term budget policy statement, which we're debating today, was full of welcome rhetoric. But it was not nearly bold enough in tackling our serious economic problems. There are more than 1 million South Africans unemployed today than there were on the day that President Jacob Zuma took office. We are beset by lackluster economic growth. In 2011, we were growing at 3.5%. That's after the global financial crisis, Honourable Minister. But this year, we're only growing at 2%. We're being left behind by other developing countries. The members have heard me say it. Let me remind them, countries like Chile, like Malaysia and Turkey, that share many of our characteristics, are growing twice the rate that we are in the same global economy, Honourable Minister. This shows that National Treasury is simply wrong when they blame global circumstances for our slow growth. Instead, we have to look at our domestic issues, especially the recent ones, what the Finance Minister calls labour disputes, electricity shortages, and other supply-side disruptions. The Minister identifies these as our problems, but he announces no significant measures from the National Development Plan to address them. So he points out what the problems are, but he doesn't table any actual new measures that we've all read in the National Development Plan to tackle them. Because that plan would help, but far too few of the proposals in it show up in this budget. The NDP talks about regulatory reform, nothing in this budget. It talks about the removal of trade barriers, nothing in this budget. Government has not managed to introduce anything like this since the NDP was adopted by this House. We do welcome the cutting in ministerial perks, of course. It's a pity they didn't happen immediately rather than next year, because these government departments have already increased spending on items like accommodation, catering and entertainment by somewhere between 6 and 10% this year alone. These increases constrain or rather compromise the Finance Minister's ability to limit spending to 2%, spending increases. And of course, the elephant in the room is how many of these spending cuts apply to the President. When I asked the Finance Minister in committee, he neatly dodged the question. When we asked the President yesterday in the House, he dodged the question. The best way to cut ministerial perks, to tighten the belts of government leaders, is to cut the 200 million rand that we're spending on the President's private home and in Kandla, is to cancel somewhere between 2 and 2.5 billion rand that we've put on the table to procure VIP jets. That's where the big numbers are, Honourable Minister. Now, the Finance Chair did mention our twin deficits, the other area where the budget fell short. But like the Finance Minister, he said nothing about how to tackle them. The current account deficit is huge because we don't make enough and we don't export enough. We can fix it by tackling the competitiveness of South Africa's economy. We can build the infrastructure we say we will. We underspend on infrastructure by 22%, based on the figures that the Finance Minister announces every year. We can boost competitiveness by opening up trade with Africa. In 2011, we were the 10th biggest exporter to the rest of our continent. Countries like Spain, Holland, and Korea exported more than us. We can constrain administered prices. The year before last, administered prices went up, these are prices that government sets, went up by over 10%. And on the fiscal deficit, we're suffering because lower growth is hammering tax revenue, and we can't constrain spending on the big numbers by the state. So the Deputy Agriculture Minister gave us a good view inside Cabinet when he said the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. It's a pity Minister Nzimande, Minister Cronin and Minister Patel aren't here to tell us what they think about government's National Development Plan, which is meant to be implemented by all ministers. We can also end handouts to state-owned enterprises like SAA, and we can reform labour bargaining arrangements. These ideas would help us tackle our twin deficits. They were not in the budget. On the matter of the Goldman Sachs report, which the Chair raised, that report he neglected to mention shows that unemployment has increased by 5.3 percentage points in the past 20 years. When the ANC took over, unemployment was 5 percentage points lower. It's now higher. That is the legacy of this government. Thank you.
Honourable Sokon.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable Members of Parliament, friends and comrades. On the 27th April 1994, we opened a new chapter in the history of our struggle to build a common citizenship and equal rights for all South Africans. Our common struggle to build a better South Africa continues. South Africa's democratic transition was about the aspirations and collective desires for a better South Africa and a better life for all. They were about a journey to bring to an end the legacy of apartheid and to build a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa. We need to remind ourselves that the ANC inherited a South Africa that was balkanized into barren homelands that were reserved for black people and had no infrastructural development, no proper schools, no proper health facilities, no electricity, no proper roads and sanitation. Yeah, but you must listen.
Order, order.
And since 1994, the ANC-led government has embarked on a journey to create a unitary state by reconstructing and developing those homelands into habitable places. We must remind ourselves that apartheid concentrated infrastructure in the cities and areas such as the Western Cape, which were mainly reserved for the white population, whilst creating a labor reserve in the periphery of the city. Hence the continued reminder by the Premier of the Western Cape that black South Africans living in the Western Cape are refugees. Now, she did say in public, I guess she may be thinking about reintroducing influx control. It does not end there, honorable members. You must look at the budget of Cape Town. How is it distributed? How much goes to places like Khayelitsha and others? And how much goes to places... We're talking about the budget of Cape Town that the honorable members on my left here know very well. And it was stated in the debate on Sunday. Fortunately, our people in the homelands resisted that life by building their own infrastructure. Though they built more schools and health facilities so that their children can have access to education and health. The Freedom Charter that guides the ANC declares that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. The cities were the only centers for economic activity, whilst the rural areas were left undeveloped, thus contributing to migratory labor system. The majority of the people who vote the ANC today would want these apartheid legacies reversed, and these legacies can only be reversed by the African National Congress. To succeed on this journey, the ANC must ensure that there is one South Africa, there is truly one South Africa that is guided by the ANC Manifesto and the Freedom Charter. In December 2007, the ANC met in Polokwane and the delegates brought messages from South Africans from different cities, towns and rural areas about the problems of our people. High unemployment, poverty, deepening inequality and challenges of service delivery. We heard and shared those experiences about many municipalities, schools, hospitals and government offices not functioning properly. The ANC agreed on major measures to overcome these challenges. South Africa has a government that fully understands what needs to be done to address our apartheid past, a government that puts people first and builds a participatory democracy. It has been 19 years of rebuilding the economy, pushing back the frontiers of poverty, and improving the quality of life for millions of our people. The ANC has identified five priority areas over the past 5 years. The manifesto of the ANC in 2009 declared these priorities, I quote, will be tackled with all our means at our disposal. The resources of government, the revision of the Freedom Charter, and the energy and commitment to our people. Our priorities will specifically target the needs of the youth, women, workers, the rural poor, the elderly, and the people with disabilities. Furthermore, the ANC resolved that education and health should be the two key priorities for the ANC for the next 5 years. Reaffirm the implementation of the National Health Insurance System by further strengthening the public health care system and ensuring that adequate provision of funding was provided. We accelerate programs for hospital revitalization, including innovative solutions that accommodate partnerships. This MTPPS is presented in the context of the NDP as a continuation of practical intervention in the pursuit of changing the lives of our people. The ANC welcomes the infrastructure audit that was done by the Department of Health, from which it can modernize the health infrastructure in our country. This will contribute to a successful implementation of the National Health Insurance. The ANC also welcomes the information that there are currently 2.4 million people that are on treatment on HIV/AIDS, which is to be increased by 500,000 annually. However, The development indicators report that between 2009 and 2012, there has been stabilization in HIV and AIDS prevalence due to the bold leadership of the ANC. In other words, it is no longer growing at the pace as it was 5 years ago. Most importantly, the current junction, we believe that, most importantly, in this current junction, we believe that South Africa will meet the Millennium Development Goals to fight the scourge of HIV/AIDS. Recently, the South African Health and Nutrition Examination Survey 2012 assessed public perception of the recent health service uses, and it suggests that approximately 83% of the public sector inpatients and 80% of the outpatients were either satisfied or very satisfied with the care they received from our hospitals. On education, we welcome the introduction of the Accelerated Schools Infrastructure Development Initiative. Though the spending has somehow been slow, the committee has, however, agreed with the Department of Basic Education on a plan to improve the implementation of this program. This grant is responsible for building new schools and electrifying them. The ANC welcomes the adjusted budget for the Department of Higher Education of 34 billion rand, which accounts for 3% of the overall allocation, of which 53% goes to tertiary education, specifically where we need to enhance the level of research and development. The ANC supports the construction of the two new universities, that is Sol Plaatje University in Kimberley, in the Northern Cape, and the University of Mpumalanga in Bombela. This is the greatest achievement by this government for the benefit of the people of those provinces. The HSRC welcomed the steady growth in the country's gross enrollments rate for higher education. It, however, raised concerns around the low participation in postgraduate qualifications, especially at master's and doctoral levels. The NTP targets 5,000 doctoral graduates by 2030 per annum, but the results show that there were less than 1,500 doctoral graduates in 2010. The Public Service Commission that was raised by Honorable Singh reported that there were still challenges concerned between alignment of expenditure and predetermined objectives. But we must, honorable members, indicate that there is improvement from the report that we saw last year. However, as a committee, we are proposing to National Treasury or DPME, whoever is responsible, to provide us with quarterly reports on the alignment and so that the Parliament can be able to monitor this alignment, and we don't wait for the end of the year. The African National Congress welcomes the budget. I thank you, Honorable Chapter.
Thank you, Honorable Sokoni. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, Ministers, the chairpersons of the two committees, Mr. Mufabari and Mr. Sogoni, honorable members, and our guests in the gallery. Let me first reiterate what Honorable Mufamadi and indeed the Deputy Minister said earlier on, that the MTBPS and indeed the various reports that we've had on the progress that we as South Africa have made over the past 19 years is about a remarkable success story. It's about the progress we've made against formidable odds as a country that came from the kind of past that some of us tend to forget quite easily. But the MTBPS, leave alone the success factors, is also about the following. It's about saying that we continue to support the economic recovery, that total consolidated expenditure grows from 1.1 trillion to 1.4 trillion in 2016-17, that we are maintaining, notwithstanding our efforts at consolidation, real growth in expenditure of 2.2%. Let us also remind ourselves, despite all the doomsayers that we've had here today, that capital spending grows at 4.1% in real terms, so you add inflation to it, and is the fastest growing non-interest expenditure item over the MTEF. Job creation programs, social security programs receive 8% per year in real terms as well. The MTBPS is also about the NDP, about government working to reduce growth bottlenecks in our country, which over the next 2 to 3 years will make a formidable impact on the growth patterns in this country. Our honourable members that have spoken here, or some of them, can say that they can't see any announcements which reflect the fact that we are addressing the constraints and the opportunities that we have as a country amazes me. So they can't see the fact that a giant power plant called Medupi is being built, as is Kusile. They can't seem to see that there's progressive implementation of renewable energy power producer programs, which has attracted over 50 billion rands in investment, 60% of which comes from outside of this country. They can't see the fact that we've passed draft regulations for shale gas exploration, which, once it gets going, will begin to turn around the energy situation in this country. They can't see the fact that we have taken measures to centralize all steps to acquire mining licenses and the water licenses that accompany mining licenses, that we are strengthening the capacity of competition authorities, that a draft Promotion and Protection of Investment Bill will reinforce investment rights, both for ourselves in South Africa and those who come from abroad to invest, and give them greater certainty. And like that, Deputy Speaker, we've made a number of other steps which continue to promote growth and development in South Africa. We will meet our fiscal target of 4.2% this year. We will work within the expenditure ceiling that we've actually indicated. We will continue with the fiscal consolidation program that we've committed to, and we acknowledge that there needs to be better quality of spending. There needs to be better oversight from Parliament, so that it's not just about the quotation of numbers. It's about consistent work by parliamentary committees with departments to ensure that they deliver better. But at the same time, and I want to talk about our two honourable SWATs, each of them claim they're the handsome guy, so it's hard to work out who exactly it is. But outputs and the way they are articulated is one thing, but we must acknowledge that no one can precisely articulate outputs. And so some of the variances are about drafting. They're about the quality of precision, if you like. And we've started a process which over the next 5 years will give us far greater insights into what is actually happening. No one can argue that we need more efficient spending in government, and we need greater capacity in government as well. But we are a 19-year-old state. We are building a new state machinery in South Africa, which has hardly been done in the past century in the world. And we will get there, but we've got to take important incremental steps as we do so. So we need to remind either the more or the less handsome SWAT, Honourable SWAT, that we are not Reagan's baby. We are, if you like, a constipated baby. There's no pass-through. A large part of the money that we collect from taxpayers in South Africa is spent well. On the margin, there is corruption. On the margin, there can be more efficient spending, no doubt about that. But pointing fingers doesn't give you the more efficient spending. We've all got to do our piece of work in order to ensure that we get the better spend that we actually require. Then let me go to the other two honourable members whom I want to twin together as well. Honourable Kurnoff, who I thought was an optimist, and Honourable Mulder, who I can understand is a bit of a pessimist. But we in the ANC, I must confess, have a half-full approach, not a half-empty approach. We have an optimistic approach and a can-do approach, not a pessimistic approach to life. And we know that we have a historical mission to rebuild this country in the spirit of the Constitution, and that we will actually prosecute. So, to briefly address their points, Honourable Deputy Speaker, let me say that we are not as fragile as some people want to make us out to be in South Africa, that economists such as Mr. Loebscher are certainly entitled to their view, but they need to understand what a great recession, a once-in-70-year recession actually means. And yes, there's no doubt, recessions will actually begin to expose weaknesses in any country in the world, particularly as it has done in Europe. So we will recover from those weaknesses. We will ensure that we build a South Africa which grows faster, creates more jobs for people who are sitting in the gallery. We will continue with our commitment to the social wage, support health, support education, support housing, create better sanitation environments, and create a better living environment for all South Africans. A commitment that very few parties in Parliament can actually make. But above all, we will ensure that our children have a much better future. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That concludes the debate on the medium-term budget policy statement and the first reading debate on the Adjustments Appropriation Bill. Are there any objections to the Adjustment Appropriation Bill being read a first time? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a first time.
Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
The Secretary will read the 12th order.
Consideration of votes and schedule, Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
Honourable members, I wish to thank parties for advising the table staff on which votes they will record their objections and on which they intend dividing. This information will greatly assist us to complete this process this afternoon. Honourable members, the proceedings will initially take the form of a question and answer session. I shall put each vote in respect of which adjustments have been made in turn, whereupon members will have the opportunity to ask questions to the relevant minister in respect of these adjustments. Each party has been allocated a global time for all the votes. Once a party's time is expired, they will not be allowed to put further questions. Members must please press the to talk button if they wish to ask a question, and honourable members should please wait until I recognize them before putting the question. I now put vote number 1, the presidency. Are there any questions? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, House Chairperson. One of the clear performance objectives of the presidency is that it implement the National Development Plan. However, it's clear that within the President's own party, the plan remains contested and that key, easily implementable proposals remain a mere pipe dream. What steps can the Presidency announce here today that will ensure that the National Development Plan is implemented without further delay? I thank you.
I recognize the Honourable the Deputy President or the Minister in the Presidency.
Thank you, Chairperson. The NDP is not part of the adjustment. However, within government, the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation and the National Planning Commission have started the work to integrate the programs as envisaged in the development plan into the medium-term strategic framework for the next year. The work is quite advanced. Almost all the sectors have been covered. It will be discussed and confirmed in the Lekgotla, but it can only be implemented by the next administration after election. So the work is complete. So from the government side, implementation has begun, and it will then escalate immediately after elections. Thank you. And in the current budget process also, if you look at what has been done in the next few months, it indicates our endeavor to try and implement the National Development Plan. The debates outside should not worry you. The debates which happens from time to time, as you know, but we'll proceed with the implementation for now.
The ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The ACDP notes that the amounts allocated to the NYDA from the presidency budget is some 392.7 million for 2013-14, 411.2 million 2014-15, and 425.8 million 2015-16. In 2010, the NYDA blamed gremlins for their disastrous youth festival in Pretoria. The South African taxpayer had to pay 6 billion for a jet to fly 262 members of the Cuban Communist Youth League and translators to the failed festival, which cost some 106 million. Recently, the Auditor General Nombemba indicated in the 2012-2013 audit report that the NYDA racked up some 62 million in irregular spending and failed to act against its officials at fault. The question to the Office of the Presidency is what is being done to stop this excessive, wasteful expenditure of the NYDA, which is tarnishing the image of the Office of the Presidency. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
The figures quoted are not part of the adjustments. The NYDA never asked for money to be adjusted now in the adjustment budget. But nevertheless, I would like to remind the House that members must attend standing committees where these issues are being discussed, where the NYDA accounts to. There's Committee on Appropriation, and members of parties must brief their colleagues as to what is happening in those committees. Let me clarify one issue which I think is relevant for now. The honourable member should remember that Parliament voted for the money for the World Festival. So it was not allocated by anybody, it was appropriated by Parliament that the NYDA must hold the World Festival. So it was a decision which Parliament was quite aware of. Whatever happened in terms of processes, those are the issues which you can deal with. So we should not create an impression as if the NYDA just sat around in the President's allocated money. That money was appropriated by this House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, I wish to remind the Honourable Members that it's not a general question and answer session. It's very specific to where adjustments is proposed in the Adjustment Appropriation Bill. So I wish to remind members to stick to that area where the adjustment is, otherwise your question is out of order. I now recognize the IFP. The IFP, not. Cope? None. We then move on to the next budget vote, and that is vote number 2, Parliament. Are there any questions? The IFP?
Honourable Chairperson, I rise merely to say that we congratulate Mr. Speaker and his staff that they obtained a clear certificate from the Auditor General. Congratulations.
Thank you, Honourable Member. That is a comment and not a question. Are there any further questions on vote number 2? None. I then move on to vote number 3, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Are there any questions? Cope?
Honourable Chair, given that there is now provision for direct grants to local authorities, how will the Minister ensure that these grants are spent for the intended purposes? Especially if we take an example of the city of Grahamstown, whose residents have gone without water for 7 weeks. And as alleged also, last Friday, they could not pay for the staff members, and they wait not for the bailout by the Rhodes University. Is the Minister aware of this? And what is the plan? Thank you.
The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. The programs of the department and provincial departments are designed to work with weak municipalities that are unable to do that. We've created an institution that is intended to support especially weaker municipalities, MISA, which is doing a great job in that respect. In the area mentioned, Resources have been placed, both the local municipality itself, supported by the province and ourselves, to correct the infrastructure that would not otherwise cope if it is not for the long-term plans that are in place to expand the old piping system that has been there, that has been the responsibility of the problems created there. We are confident that the monitoring systems we are working with Treasury on will assist us in ensuring that money is spent for purposes for which it is allocated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are there any further questions on vote number 3? I then move to vote number 4, Home Affairs. Are there any questions? I then go to vote number 5, International Relations and Cooperation. Are there any questions? Vote number 6, Performance Monitoring and Evaluation. Are there any questions? Vote number 7, Public Works. Are there any questions? The DA.
Mr. Chairperson, in the previous financial year, the budget of the Department of Public Works was decreased to 7.8 billion rand. Yet the department still underspent. Furthermore, by the end of the first quarter of this financial year, the department has spent only 19% of its budget. This is largely due to the underspending on infrastructure. With this proven inability to spend, mostly because of the lack of technically skilled people, Minister Ntezi, how did you manage miraculously to spend more than 200 million rand on one person's private palace at Inkandla?
Order, honourable members. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. That question has nothing to do with the budget estimates we're discussing now. Please focus on the budget. Thank you.
Are there any further questions to the Minister of Public Works? Cope and stick to the adjustments in the budget, honourable members.
I don't need to be told, Honourable Chair. This department, Honourable Minister, received an audit disclaimer, which means that it's the worst in terms of performance. Which guarantee can you give South Africans now that with this money which has been allocated to you, you will be able to perform?
The Honourable Minister.
Honourable Khanar, we're talking adjustments. But unfortunately, if you had been listening very well and analyzing those statements, Public Works, the main department, has moved from disclaimer to a qualification. It's only the property management which is still disqualified. If you read your records, thank you.
Are there any further questions to the Minister of Public Works? We then move to vote number 8. Order, honourable members. Women, children and people with disabilities. Are there any questions? The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. My question relates to objectives of our department. Minister, now that your objectives for this department are smarter, how will your department ensure that you achieve the desired outcomes and perform smarter with limited resources by not over or underspending? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I think the Honourable Member is trying to say we've done very well and that we have made sure that we do not overspend and that all I need to do is to keep my eye on the ball. I kept it on the ball to ensure we don't overspend. I'm now going to make sure that we don't underspend. And of course, I have received an unqualified audit with very few matters of emphasis. And the department has gone from red to green. This is a green department. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are there any further questions? Scope?
Honourable Chairperson, we would like to ask the Minister, with 85% of the budget spent, but only 5 of 15 targets achieved, would you be able to deliver on the remainder of the targets, the other 10 outstanding targets, with the 15% of the remainder of the budget? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
That is not what we are discussing. In terms of
order, honourable members.
In terms of this year, yes, we are at 50% because we have done 50% of the year, which clearly demonstrates that by the end of this financial year, we will have done almost 100% of our targets. In the last financial year, we achieved 70%, which means we have done very, very well compared to previous years. Thank
you, Honourable Minister. Any further questions? The IFP.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, a chunk of your budget remains unspent due to a number of critical unfilled vacancies. With masses of young people, qualified young people unemployed, can you give us the time frames when these positions will be filled, as well as when the skills audit, which is long overdue, will be completed, both issues which directly impacts on your spending and future performance? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The Honourable Member attends our portfolio committee religiously, so she knows that we have reported that the 12 million that we did not spend in the last financial year was for a remuneration of new staff. We received the money at the end of last year. We were therefore able to advertise. Honourable Member, we have already filled up those vacancies. Unfortunately, it takes time. So by April this year, we had already filled up those vacancies. Also, Honourable Member, we're working with the Department of Public Service and Administration on the skills audit. And early next year, we'll be able to present a report to the Portfolio Committee. I thank you, Honourable Chair.
Are there any further questions on vote number 8? None. I put vote number 9, Government Communication and Information System. Are there any questions? I put vote number 10, National Treasury. Are there any questions? I put vote number 11, Public Enterprises. Are there any questions? I put vote number 12, Public Service and Administration. Are there any questions? I put vote number 13, Statistics South Africa. Are there any questions? I put vote number 14, Arts and Culture. Are there any questions? I put vote number 15, Basic Education. Are there any questions?
Yes, thank you.
There is a question for Basic Education.
Thank you.
DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. Last year, the department underspent by 7.2 billion rand on school infrastructure backlogs. Treasury reallocated this money to a general grant to provinces. This year, the department underspent by 1.2 billion rand. This time around, Treasury says no, we will not roll over this money. The question to the Minister is, what impact will this refusal of Treasury have on the timeline for the delivery of schools to replace unsafe structures and mud schools? And how many schools are affected? I thank you.
Honourable members, I have been informed that the Honourable Minister of Labour will be responding to questions on behalf of the Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, that issue the Minister has responded to in the Portfolio Committee meeting, but I must say the Treasury has allocated, has given the department the right to roll over 14.7 million, specifically for the Limpopo province. And also that rollover include the technical secondary school recapitalization conditional grants and dinner lady school conditional grants. And it further gave the additional funding of 12.6 million. That is specifically for the education infrastructure grant, of which 40 schools have been completed in this current financial year. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Go. You're not asking a question. Are there any further questions? None. I then proceed and put vote number 16, health. Are there any questions? The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Minister, the state of our healthcare infrastructure is in a appalling state, but the department failed to spend 200 million that was budgeted for the health facility infrastructure. Now my question is, what are the reasons for the underspending? And secondly, what control measures have you put in place to make sure that this is not going to happen again? My last question is, what actions have you taken to hold those accountable? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, House Chair. Again, House Chair, the Honourable Member attends Portfolio Committee meetings. We have given extensive inputs on this thing over a period of 4 hours on what's happening on the issue of infrastructure. We have shown graphs that actually the infrastructure expenditure in health has markedly improved since we started putting engineers in the various departments of health. And we've shown that at the moment, the infrastructure expenditure is no longer being as underspent as in the previous years. And so we have got systems in place to make sure that whatever under expenditure was there will never happen again.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Go.
Thanks, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, your intervention at OR Tambo is highly appreciated. But yesterday at the Portfolio Committee, we were told that the problem of failing health services in the Eastern Cape is not only at OR Tambo, but is the whole province, because the leadership there has gone on leave. The question I want to put to you is, are you going to, as a result of this information, are you going to take steps to ensure that this particular department is put under Section 100?
Honourable Minister, that question does not relate to the adjustment in your budget, so I rule that question out of order. Are there any further questions to the Minister of Health? None. I put vote number 17, higher education and training. Are there any questions? I put vote number 18, labour. Are there any questions? The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. The Labour Department's adjusted budget shows that 941,000 rands has been shifted in Program 1 from compensation of employees due to over-budgeting in the ministry to goods and services for transport for the minister, workshops and imbizos. Given the recent concerns expressed by the DA that Minister Oliphant had used a farm workers imbizo in the Western Cape to electioneer for the ANC, can the minister assure this House that the 900,000 rand shifted for her transport, workshops and imbizos will not be abused for party political campaigning?
The Honourable Minister. Order, Honourable Members.
Thank you, House Chair. That budget of 941,000 for minister's car in the department was meant that I have to buy a car when I was deployed in the department. But I decided to use the car that was used by the former minister because it was still within the guarantee. That is why we have requested for the environment for that particular one. I didn't use it precisely because the car was there. And on the issue of the farm workers in Bizo, that is my responsibility to advise and educate the vulnerable workers of this country about their rights in terms of the Labor Relations Act, basic conditions of employment, and sectoral determination. And based on the ANC policy to protect the vulnerable workers of this country, I will further do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Any further questions to the Minister of Labour? I then put vote number 19, Social Development. Are there any questions? The DA followed by the IFP.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in August this year, the Minister of Social Development claimed that the reason for a distribution of food parcels some days before the Clockware by-elections
Honourable members.
Was because of the existence of 17,000 child-headed households in Clockware. However, according to a reply this week, Chair, the Minister says that there are only 5,681 child-headed households within the whole province of the Northwest. Can the Deputy Minister, because I see the Minister's not here, can the Deputy Minister give this House the assurance that none of the adjustments will be used to buy elections in future?
Order, Honourable members. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Cheap politicking shall not work. We are reaching out to the people. The increase in the SRD budget is a demonstration of government's efforts to reduce poverty in the country. Increased unemployment has necessitated that the poor and vulnerable be assisted. Since the second half of 2012-13 financial year, the department and its entities have assisted more vulnerable communities through SRD. We have increased the budget with 200 million as our increased visibility contributed to more vulnerable people coming forward and being identified for RSD. This amount is still not enough as our current visit to communities continue to indicate vulnerable people that do not have access to government services. We will continue to ensure that no child goes hungry when government can intervene. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister.
House Chair,
Before the IFP, the DA.
House Chair, may I address you? The Minister read out a full response to the question posed by the DA, and I'd like to know how did she know our question?
The Deputy Minister is very well prepared. The IFP.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I hope she's prepared.
Order, honourable members.
I hope she is as well prepared to answer this question. Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Deputy Minister, we note from the schedule that there is declared underspending under the item social assistance transfers. And we do realize and want to compliment the department for rooting out all those people who have been falsely claiming social welfare grants. It was indeed a very, very positive exercise. However, Chairperson, there are many non-profit organizations that are not receiving funds to provide crucial and mandatory services, and yet we see an underspend. What will be done in this regard, Honourable Deputy Minister? Through you, Chairperson.
The Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. The question is not related to adjustments that are in our adjustment.
Order, honourable members. Order. Are there any further questions to the Deputy Minister? Order, honourable members. Go.
Yes, Chairperson, I just want to ask the Honourable Deputy Minister whether their policy for spending this money has changed about feeding the poor once every time when there's elections.
The Deputy Minister.
Ngiyabonga mhlali ngaphambili. Kulungile lihloniphekile. Ngiyabona ukuthi linesikhathi sokudlala la endlini yesibeti yeshaya mthetho. Le question oyibuzayo ayiphathelananga nalama adjustment estimate esikhuluma ngawo la. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Can I rise on a point of order?
Order, honourable members. What is your point of order, honourable member?
The honourable member has just made a statement that I've got time to play.
Order, honourable members.
I believe this is insulting because I'm not here to play. And if the honourable member is asked a question, she must answer the question and stop insulting me.
Order, honourable member. Honourable member, will you take your seat now? Take your seat. We will check the Hansard as to exactly what the Deputy Minister said, and if need be, we'll come back and make a ruling in that regard. However, I want to remind the honourable members that we are not dealing with broad policy questions, but specifically with the adjustments that has been made in the adjustment budget. I put vote number 20, Sport and Recreation South Africa. Are there any questions? No questions. I put vote number 21, Correctional Services. Are there any questions? I put vote number 22, Defence and Military Veterans. Are there any questions? The DA?
Chairperson, we must face the fact that there is an accountability crisis at the Department
Order,
of
honourable
Defence.
members. Honourable members, we've been informed that the minister is not here, so there is another minister who will take the reply. So it's important for for the minister to be able to listen to the question, otherwise he won't be able to respond. Honourable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was saying that we must face the fact that there's an accountability crisis at the Department of Defence. And at the centre of that accountability crisis is the Special Defence Account. Now, there are 21 separate references to funds being rescheduled within the Special Defence Account in the AENE. And yet we have never been briefed on the billions of rands being spent every year on defence acquisition and being channeled through the Special Defence Account. Just yesterday, the Department of Defence refused point blank to disclose any information about the multi-billion rand acquisition project called Project Hoefyster. We cannot go on like this. And so my question to the Minister is, will he commit in his capacity as the JCPS cluster czar to providing a comprehensive and open briefing on defence acquisition to this Parliament? Now, I have full confidence in the Minister answering the question, but he might consider calling on the assistance of the Honourable Minister of Public Service and Administration, who I see has just jetted into Parliament.
Honourable member, let's allow the Minister of Justice to respond.
Yeah, if the honourable member was listening to the budget, the medium-term budget policy statement and reading the schedules there, he'll realize that the question that he's posing is totally irrelevant. Here on this budget adjustment is on about 150 million rand that is being adjusted to assist our soldiers in the DRC that have succeeded in driving out the M23 rebels who have surrendered to Uganda this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are there any further questions on vote number 22? I then put vote number 23, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. Are there any questions? I put vote number 24, Justice and Constitutional Development. Are there any questions? I put vote number 25, Police. Are there any questions? The DA?
Thank you, House Chair. I can't seem to spot the Minister's suit, but let me put my question. Although it's been ascertained that nearly 1,500 SAPS members have criminal records, in certain instances multiple criminal records, and that the majority of these criminals have been promoted within the SAPS, and that not a single one of them has been dismissed, what assurance can anybody in this House give us that the extra millions for increases being asked for here today will not go equally to the criminals who taxpayers pay to work in the SAPs?
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. That matter of the auditing of all police in the Republic of South Africa is getting attention from the Minister to attend to the outcome or the finding of that commission. Thank you very much.
Are there any further questions on vote number 25? I put vote number 26, Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. Are there any questions? The DA?
Thank you, Chairperson. Agbare minister, daar is 'n geskatte 425 miljoen rand nodig om die kleinskaalse vissersbeleid te implementeer. Kan u asseblief vir ons verduidelik waar die begroting daarvoor vandaan gaan kom? Daar is geen geld in hierdie begroting daarvoor nie en ek het ook gekyk, daar is nie genoeg geld in die begroting van handel en nywerheid nie. So hoe gaan u hierdie beleid implementeer?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. On Thursday, the 3rd of May 2012, the Honourable Van Dalen, in a question to the small-scale fishing policy, said that this policy is ideologically moribund and devoid of any understanding. Now, I want to know if the DA thinks that this policy is moribund, it means it is close to death.
Order,
May I take a point of order, Chairperson? I rise
Honourable
on a
Minister,
point of
will you
order.
take your seat, please? Yes, Honourable Member.
The Minister seems to be responding to a totally different question.
Honourable
She's
Member.
talking about a reply to a question and policy.
Honourable Member, I'm
I
following
submit that
proceedings
that's
very
not
carefully.
relevant.
Let's allow the Minister to continue.
If the Honourable Member from the DA felt that this policy was moribund, why is she suddenly interested in money to be allocated to a moribund function? The ANC will allocate money to the function.
Order. Order, Honourable Members. I wish to repeat the call that was made earlier by the Deputy Speaker, that although all the guests in the gallery is quite welcome, we do expect you to observe proceedings and not to participate in the proceedings. It's only the honourable members of the House sitting here that is allowed to do so. Are there any further questions on vote number 26? I put vote number 27, Communications. Order, honourable members. Vote number 27, Communications. Are there any questions? I put vote number 28, Economic Development. Are there any questions? The DA?
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. Minister Abraham Patel, can you see me? Okay. Minister, in your annual performance targets.
Order, honourable members.
Your annual performance targets in your program, Economic Policy Development, 10 targets that were set were not met at all. In the Economic Planning and Coordination Program, you set 2 targets that were not met at all. My question is, what do you attribute this failure to meet those targets? 2. Secondly, what actions have you taken to rectify this? And thirdly, have you taken any action to be taken against anyone that made it that you will not be able to achieve these targets in your department? Thank you, Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. In response to the question by the Honourable Member, I'd like to point out, if we're talking the annual targets in the last financial year, the department actually met 98% of its target. If we're talking about the mid-year targets, I'd like to point out that in the Portfolio Committee, we tabled the distribution of the targets across the 4 quarters. In a number of cases, for example, the ones covering economic policy development, no targets were set for the first 2 quarters in the ENE. I'd just like to clarify that there are only 9 targets in the ENE. In the APP, there are 38 targets. So we explained all of this in the Portfolio Committee, and of course the Honourable Member was absent when that explanation was offered. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Any further questions on vote number 28? I then put the ANC.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Maybe I think we have to ask the relevant question about the adjustment. So I would like to ask the Minister what projects are referred to in the environment on innovative building technologies and on industrialization in Africa, if the Minister can mention that.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. In response to the Honourable Member's questions, the environment item dealing with innovative building technologies is a grant that economic development has made to the CSIR to help them develop the technologies that can be used in the BUILD program for schools, for clinics, for houses, and for other public facilities that will bring down the cost of construction in the infrastructure rollout program and will speed up delivery. In fact, we had a meeting of the PICC after the ENE was finalized, and the PICC, which includes, of course, all the provinces, agreed enthusiastically to the innovative building technologies. We then identified savings that can be effected and directed that to the CSIR to develop these technologies. In respect of the project on industrialization in Africa, during the BRICS summit that was held in eThekwini in March this year, it was agreed that the BRICS countries would work together to help promote industrialization on the continent. We then took that as the cue and identified some savings that we could redirect to a research project that looks at value chains in the African continent, ways in which we can connect the economies, and that account for the item, the environment item, the research project on industrialization in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now put vote number 29, energy. Are there any questions? I put vote number 30, environmental affairs. Are there any questions? I put vote number 31, human settlements. Are there any questions? The DA?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, the Public Service Commission highlighted poor governance issues within the department, such as senior management not signing performance agreements, not declaring their financial interest, which might lead to conflict of interest, and the slow pace of dealing with disciplinary cases at a massive cost of over 100 million for financial misconduct. The Auditor General has repeatedly raised serial issues in the department, including lack of internal controls, unreliable IT, ongoing vacancy rate, and the supply chain management issues. The question is, Minister, what is the Minister going to do to remedy this state of affairs and restore order and functionality in the department, and also to address these pertinent serial issues which recur every year? I thank you.
Honourable Minister, I did not pick up anything around your adjustment in your budget. So it's really up to you if you wish to respond to that statement. Thank you. Are there any further questions to the Minister of Human Settlements? I put vote number 32, mineral resources. Are there any questions? No questions. I put vote number 33, rural development and land reform. Are there any questions? The DA?
Chairperson, we note that the reopening of the land claims process in terms of the Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill anticipates 397,000 new land claims at an estimated cost of between 129 and 179 billion, and that the cost of setting up the administration required to manage this process is estimated at 1.36 billion. We've also noted that the Minister of Finance has instructed the department to fund it out of its existing annual budget of just about 9.5 billion per annum. So my question then is, exactly how does the Minister propose that this activity be funded in the short term? Or are these just more promises on which the ANC will be unable to deliver after the election?
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The little time that in this committee of rural development and land reform, it was discussed. The minister did discuss this, and you do know that it was discussed. But for your information, yeah, give me a chance. For your information, that the Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill provides for the reopening of lodgement of claims for a period of 5 years. There will be 52 lodgement sites. Current offices of Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. I will show you the money, and you're not going to get it now. Your interest about money, how I wish you could think about the Native Land Act that you developed. Yes, it's about 100 years now that we're dealing with the land. I would be, if I were you, I would be the last person to ask about anything that has to do with the land. Because you stole the land from us. Thank you very much.
Order, order, honourable members, order. Order. Are there any further questions on this budget vote? Order, honourable members. The Honourable Ramatlakane.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, reading the page 312 on the adjustment, it reads that there's been a environment factor on program 2, 3, 4, and 5, which fairly exceed what is required in terms of PMFA. Program 2 is about 12.8, 16%, 0.8, 19%, 18% of environment that has been affected on this program. Some of these, what has been affected, it is against the PMFA around the issue of compensation of employees as well as a transfer. I just want to ask the minister, deputy minister, what necessitated this environment, which is in a way outside of what is required in terms of PFMA?
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Point of order, House Chair.
Let's allow the Deputy Minister to respond, and then I'll come back to your point of order. Proceed, Deputy Minister.
Honourable, yes, I will. I know that there is a backlog. There is discussions between the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform and the Treasury. I noted the question. I will come back and give you the right answer. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. To rise on a point of order, in her previous response, the Deputy Minister indicated to the members on this side of the House that we had stolen the money. This reflects very poorly. It's an unsubstantiated...
Order, honourable members.
It's an unsubstantiated allegation. I'd ask you to rule on it.
Point of order,
Honourable members, just calm down. Just calm down.
On a point of order, Chair. Oh, yeah.
Yes, honourable member.
The honourable member must be right on the fact in the House, Chairperson. It is land, not money.
Honourable members, we will check answered, and if the need be, we'll make a ruling in that regard, since we've moved on already from that point. Are there any further questions to the Deputy Minister? None. We then proceed to vote number 34, Science and Technology. Are there any questions? I put vote number 35, Tourism. Are there any questions? I put vote number 36, Trade and Industry. Are there any questions? The DA?
Thank you, Chair. We've been urging the Minister of Trade and Industry, Dr. Robert Davies, to focus more and more resources on trade promotion as opposed to providing government subsidies to business. And we are very pleased to note that the adjustments have been above average in terms of spending money on trade promotion. And so the question is whether we can expect more increases into the future to illustrate a policy of more aggressive trade promotion, less protectionism, and greater competitiveness as outlined in the National Development Plan. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister Davies is in Namibia with the President, so I've been asked to take any questions. We're glad to know that although this is an unrelated item, that there's, at least the opposition agrees that there's more money going in this area, that trade promotion is an important aspect. We certainly believe in the ANC and government that this area should be resourced. As to future resourcing, it depends on budget availability, but it will remain an important priority for us because this is the way in which we can increase exports, we can change the current account balance in our favor, and ensure that South African businesses have greater opportunities both on the continent and elsewhere in the world. So we thank the Honourable Member for his support.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are there any further questions? I put vote number 37, Transport. Are there any questions? The DA.
Chairperson, 42 billion rand exists within this transport budget, and it is spent via ANC policy on infrastructure investment in the country and on regulating prices. But Chairperson, the policy of the current government has led to our harbours becoming the most expensive in the world, our airports becoming among the top 3 or 4 most expensive in the world. We've introduced the most unpopular toll roads in Gauteng, and we've seen a slow but steady 20-year collapse of commuter rail, that's metro rail train services across the country, as well as our provincial and national roads, apart from a few. However, Chairperson, this government over here raised over 220 billion rand via the fuel levy from poor South Africans over the past decade or two, while provincial roads and national freeways were not maintained or upgraded, they collapsed. So I have a question with 2 parts to the Minister. First of all, will the Minister please explain when this government will implement internationally benchmarked and competitive harbour and port charges, airport taxes, and a regulatory regime to prevent the country getting into this catastrophic situation in future? We're pricing ourselves out of international markets, ruining tourism and trade, and jobs are being lost in the process. And the second part, will the Minister indicate to this House what happened to the 200 billion odd raised via the fuel levies over the past 20 years, which could have been used to maintain and upgrade our roads, especially in Gauteng, where people now have to pay again? Thank you.
Honourable Minister, and I allow the Honourable Member to complete, but I struggle to pick up where the question is around the adjustment. Maybe you can respond and assist us.
There is a debate for another session. Thank you.
Are there any further questions to the Minister of Transport? Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me preface my remarks by saying that I am asking this question from the point of view of serving on the Appropriations Committee, and we haven't had a briefing from the Department of Transport. But when I look at the schedule, and I want to be very careful that I am looking at the schedule, lest what happened to me the last time happens again, because I was looking at the schedule, there is a negative adjustment of just over 48 million rand on the taxi recap, payment to taxi owners for scrapping their old taxis. Now, Honourable Chairperson, Madam Minister, I think you are well aware that the department budgeted a lot of money for this program, almost 7.7 billion in general terms, and only spent 2.9 billion. Can you tell us what is the reason for this negative adjustment and what's happening about the taxi recap program? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I'm sure the Honourable Member would know that far less than the requisite number or the targeted number of taxis were scrapped, and that is what led to this particular amount that he's referring to. But I just want to indicate that together with the taxi industry, we are engaging, and we would be in the new year be having a summit to be able to deal with this particular challenge that we are faced with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are there any further questions? I then put vote number 38, Water Affairs. Are there any questions? Go.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister, given the internal staff capacity constraints resulting in the inability to spend the budget and the subsequent request for rollover, the consequence of which was the appointment of consultants, which leads to expenditure on consultancy, and that ultimately results in the communities being without water. Will these capacity constraints be resolved within this financial year to ensure the bulk water supply and tap water delivery to the affected communities?
The Deputy Minister of Public Enterprises will respond to the question.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I am aware that a similar question has been asked to the department, and the department is preparing a comprehensive response, but I'm aware that the department has embarked on a recovery plan to ensure that all deadlines are met. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. Are there any further questions on this vote? None. That concludes the question and answer session on the votes. We shall now proceed to decide the votes and schedule. I now put vote number 1, the presidency. Are there any objections? I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
House Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance calls for a division.
Order, honourable members. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Order, honourable members, will you take up your seats? Order, honourable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button. If a member inadvertently presses, honourable members, take up your seats. Let me start from the beginning again. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chairperson. The question before the House is that vote number 1, the presidency, be agreed to. Are all members now in their allocated seats? Yes. Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Yes. Those against should press the no button. Yes. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Yes. Have all members voted? Yes. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The result of the division is as follows. Those in favour 207, noes 70, and there's 12 abstentions. The vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 2, Parliament. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 3, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 4, Home Affairs. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 5, International Relations and Cooperation. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 6, Performance Monitoring and Evaluation. Are there any objections? There is an objection.
House Chair, will you please record the objection of the Democratic Alliance?
The objection of the Democratic Alliance will be recorded.
And would you please record the objections of the ID? Thank you.
It will be recorded. Are there any other objections? Order, honourable members. I put vote number 7, Public Works. Are there any objections?
Will you please record the objection of COPE? Thank you.
In which vote, honourable member?
vote 7 that you've called.
Vote 7. The objection of Cope is recorded. Are there any further objections?
Yes, the DA calls for a division.
Honourable members, a division having been called, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. Order, honourable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from the allocated seats. And when requested to do so, members must indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed. The question before the House is that vote number 7, Public Works, be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Yes. Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Yes. Those against should press the no button. No. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The session is now closed. Order, honourable members. The result of the division is as follows. Those in favour 205, those against 87. The vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 8, women, children and people with disabilities. Are there any objections? There is an objection, so I'll put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
The DA calls for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 1 minute.
I'm here, but press stick.
Order, honourable members. Members may only vote from the allocated seats. And when requested to do so, members must indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed. The question before the House is that vote number 8, women, children, and people with disabilities, be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Yes. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Yes. Those against should press the no button. No. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division on vote number 8 is as follows. Those in favour 207, those against 84, and there's no abstentions. The vote is accordingly agreed to. I put vote number 9, Government Communication and Information System. Are there any objections? There are objections. I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Aye. Those against will say no. The ayes have it.
Please record the objection of the DA.
The objection of the DA will be recorded.
And the objection of the ID. Thank you, Chair.
The objection of the ID will also be recorded. Order, honourable members. I put vote number 10, National Treasury. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 11, Public Enterprises. Are there any objections? There is an objection, so I'll put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Please record the objection of the DA.
The DA's objection is recorded.
Please record the objection of the ID, Chair.
And that of the ID.
As well as the FF Plus. Thank you, Chair.
As well as the FF Plus. I put vote number 12, Public Service and Administration. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 13, Statistics South Africa. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 14, Arts and Culture. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 15, Basic Education. Are there any objections? There's an objection. I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Can you record the objections of the ID? Thank you, Chair.
And the DA.
The ID has beaten the DA this time.
Can you also please record the objection of COPE?
And COPE.
As well as the FF Plus. Thank you, Chairperson.
As well as the FF Plus. I put vote number 16, Health. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 17, Higher Education and Training. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 18, Labour. Are there any objections? There's an objection, and I'll put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it.
The DA calls for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. Honourable members, will you take up your seats, please? Members may only vote from their allocated seats, and when requested to do so, members must indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed. The question before the House is that vote number 18 Labour be agreed to. Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. The result of the division on vote number 18 Labour is as follows. Those in favour 222, noes 61, and there's no abstentions. The vote is accordingly agreed to. I put vote number 19, social development. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 20, sport and recreation, South Africa. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 21, correctional services. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 22, defense and military veterans. Are there any objections? There's objections, so I'll put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against no. The ayes have it.
The DA calls for a division.
Order, honourable members. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. Order, honourable members, will you take up your seats? Honourable Minister.
Chairperson, is it parliamentary and appropriate that even if I know I'm going to lose, I call for a division?
That's unfortunately how democracy works. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Honourable members. Order, honourable member. Honourable members are reminded that they may only vote from the allocated seats, and when requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button. The question before the House is that vote number 22, defence and military veterans, be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Yes. Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Yes. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division on vote number 22, defence and military veterans, are as follows. Those in favour 219, noes 70, and there is no abstentions. The vote is accordingly agreed to. Honourable members, I put vote number 23, Independent Police Investigative Directorate. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 24, Justice and Constitutional Development. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 25, Police. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 26, Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. Are there any objections? There's objections, so I'll put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. The ayes have it.
The DA calls for a division.
Order, honourable members. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 1 minute.
Slip of the tongue.
Order, honourable members. Will you take up your allocated seats? Members are reminded that they may only vote from the allocated seats. And when requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button. The question before the House is that vote number 26, Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Yes. Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Yes. Those against should press the no button. No. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Yes. Have all members voted? Yes. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. Those in favour 215, those against 76, and there are no abstentions. The vote is accordingly agreed to. I put vote number 27, Communications. Are there any objections? There's an objection, so I'll put the question. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And those against no. The ayes have it.
Please record the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
The objection is
and
recorded.
The objections of the ID. Thank you.
As well as
the objection of the
Plus.
ID, Freedom Front Plus. The vote is agreed to. Honourable members, I now put vote number 28, Economic Development. Are there any objections? There is an objection, so I'll put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against, no. The ayes have it.
Please record the DA's objection.
And the objections of the ID. Thank you, Chair.
Objections are recorded and the vote is agreed to. I put vote number 29, energy. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 30, environmental affairs. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 31, human settlements. Are there any objection? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 32, mineral resources. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 33, rural development and land reform. Are there any objections? There's objection. I'll put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against, no. The ayes have it.
The DA calls for a division.
Order, honourable members. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. No, I'm not so thirsty. Thank you. Order, honourable members. Order. Members are reminded that they may only vote from the allocated seats, and when requested to do so, they must press the appropriate button to indicate their votes. The question before the House is that vote number 33, rural development and land reform, be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Yes. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Yes. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Yes. The voting session is now closed. The result of the division on vote number 33, rural development and land reform, is as follows. Those in favor 213, those against 64, and there's 11 abstentions. The vote is accordingly agreed to. Honourable members, I now put vote number 34, science and technology. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 35, tourism. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I put vote number 36, trade and industry. Are there any objections? There's an objection, so I'll put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against, no. I think the ayes have it. The vote is agreed to. Honourable members.
Honourable Chairperson.
Yes.
You've just noticed that you've heard some objections. So, no.
Order, honourable members. Yes, honourable members.
So the members who have objected would like to have their objection recorded, please. Thank you.
I think members who objected should follow proceedings very carefully, so that when we ask the question, you do so.
Honourable Chairperson, they do. In terms of the list, the DA was objecting and I was waiting for them to object, which they didn't do.
Order, honourable members. Honourable Mulder, you may object before the DA. You don't have to wait for them. Order, honourable members, the vote is agreed to. I put vote number 37, transport. Are there any objections? There's an objection, so I'll put the question. Those in favour will say aye, and those against no. The ayes have it.
Please record the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Objection is recorded.
RDFF Plus, thank you, Chairperson.
Freedom Front Plus.
And the objections of the ID, thank you.
ID.
And the ACDP, Chair.
And the ACDP. The vote is agreed to. I put, honourable members, vote number 38, water affairs. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. Honourable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the schedule? No objections, agreed to. The Secretary will read the 13th order.
Second reading debate, Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
Honourable members, as there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? No objections, agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the 14th order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries on Marine Living Resources Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Honourable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The Secretary will read the 15th order.
Second reading debate, Marine Living Resources Amendment Bill.
I now invite the Honourable, the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries to open the debate.
Igama lamakosi kasi. Honourable House Chairperson, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Ministers, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, Members of Parliament, the Director General for the Department.
Order. Honourable Minister, will you just take your seat, please? There's a lot of members who's busy leaving the chamber. Can you do so quietly? You may remain at the podium, Honourable Minister. Will you do so quietly so that we allow the Honourable Minister to introduce the debate? You may proceed, Honourable Minister.
The coastal communities, fishers and representatives of all fishing industry stakeholders. Today marks a very special day in the history of South African fishing industry. It is a day on which this House, across all political parties, can participate in and deliver freedom from poverty to thousands and thousands of humble, patient, small-scale fisherfolk from more than 160 coastal communities who have their ancestral roots along our country's 3,000-kilometer coastline. It is in our hands to change the lives of these thousands of breadwinners who support their families and their livelihoods, 50,000 downstream dependents and breadwinners. Today is the day in which we can give new hope to these families and communities and demonstrate the real meaning of the word freedom we acquired in 1994. These coastal communities have been robbed of their ancestral rights of access to a natural resource on their doorsteps. It is shameful and unthinkable that communities are starving while they live alongside the abundance of life in our country's oceans. Decades ago, our nation's natural marine resources endowments were given to a handful of the privileged at the expense of the majority. This resulted in untold misery and perpetual hardship being experienced in fishing communities from who form the very backbone of our highly successful and lucrative fishing industry as it stands today. Since ushering in our long-awaited democratic order in 1994, government has succeeded in bringing about significant levels of transformation. In the Marine Living Resources Act of 1998, we were painfully aware of the need to restructure the fishing industry to address historical imbalances and to achieve equity within all branches of the fishing industry, as is required of us under the founding objectives and principles of the Marine Living Resources Act, so that we all may overcome the discriminatory barriers of the 1913 Land Act, which restricted the rights of the majority to both land and marine resources. Honourable House Chairperson, today we have the opportunity to correct yet another scar of the legacy of apartheid in a revolutionary manner by expanding subsistence and interim relief fishing rights to small-scale fishers and community-based fishing right allocations with a view of empowering coastal communities and not only individuals. Understandably, there are those who do not support the extension of fishing rights to the small-scale fishers and communities. Daar is daardie wat nie net 10% van wat hulle al reeds het, vir die armes wil gee nie. En daarom weet ons, as jy 'n vriend is van die armes, sal jy nooit 'n vriend wees van die rykes nie. Over the past few weeks, they have sought to discourage us from continuing on this path of community empowerment. They found new reasons why communities should not partake in an organized fashion. They even found reasons to call cooperatives unconstitutional. What more do you expect? Honourable House Chairperson, in the pursuit of social justice, we are determined to open up the fishing industry to benefit communities as organized formations such as cooperatives. We are determined to make a real difference and to change the fortunes of our fishing communities, making it possible for them to partake in the lucrative fishing industry. Today, in the pursuit of unity in action towards socio-economic freedom, we introduce before you the Marine Living Resources Amendment Bill, which is purposefully designed to fast-track amendments to the Act that will, for the first time in the history of our country, legislatively and officially recognize the bona fide right of coastal community fishers to access to a sustainable livelihood from our own natural resources and marine resources. We call upon all the nation and in this House to support the bill so that collectively we can remove the scourge of poverty, the scourge of apartheid, inequality and unemployment. The passing of this bill will be a tangible deliverable to our people as we prepare to celebrate 20 years of our country's freedom and democracy. It comes when we are launching and speaking about food and nutrition security, when the President launched the Fetsatlala production intervention, and when the Deputy President leads the debate for vulnerable workers like farm workers and fishing communities. Fetsatlala, we are calling an end to hunger. Selufezile, ukatso, die rotang is geknak. We have suffered the indignity, we have suffered insults, but we will not retreat. Honourable Speaker, we support our National Development Plan, Vision 2030. Our strategies, according to the National Development Plan, will have to be developed for economic cooperation to give poor producers greater collective market power in value chains, while allowing them to negotiate improved levels of access to markets and better terms of participation. This recommendation will decisively deal with chronic hunger. No longer will coastal communities go to bed hungry while they have the fish right at their doorstep.
On a point of order, Chair.
Honourable Minister, will you just sit down, please?
Mr. Froelich, you are in charge of the House. Please keep the dignity of the House there. Please keep the dignity of the House.
Honorable members and our guests in the gallery. The guests in the gallery are reminded not to participate in the proceedings. Ons versoek u dus om nie hande te klap of deel te neem in die verrigtinge wat tans plaasvind nie. You may continue, Honorable Minister.
I am encouraged by the overwhelming support from both business and labor, from fishing organizations and communities, and from the many interested parties who have selflessly and unrelentingly committed themselves to delivery of the small-scale fisheries policy approved by Cabinet and which I know will be approved by this House. I want to thank those who contributed positively to this process, who worked tirelessly to add to the value of the lives of small-scale coastal community fishers. This is a momentous occasion in the lives of the poorest of the poor in coastal fishing communities, when we can individually and irrevocably change the course of the lives and the direction of the lives of our people, when we can end the curse of apartheid, of our oppressive history in the fishing industry. We have the opportunity to end this now into a positive reality for all to benefit from this very moment. I urge you to do so, regardless of your political standing. And I thank you for all the support you have given to the poor coastal communities from the department when all the odds were stacked against you. I thank the Deputy President for always being willing to listen when the odds were even stacked much higher, when our names were drawn, names were dragged through the mud, our reputations were tarnished. If you are a friend to the poor, I repeat, you will never be a friend to the rich. Ke ya leboga, nkos kakul, siyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, before I call the next speaker, I just want to repeat it to our guests in the gallery, not to participate in the proceedings. You are here to observe the proceedings. The Honorable Johnson.
Honourable House Chair, I just want to say there have been repeated calls on the audience to behave in accordance with the rules of the Assembly. On a point of order, I would like to ask you to implement the rules of the National Assembly.
Honorable Johnson, will you proceed, please?
Thank you, sir. I take it that...
Honorable Johnson, can you just hold, please? Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, we must make it clear to the people of South Africa they are welcome to our parliament, and perhaps you should explain in some detail the rule of the House so that they don't feel this House of democracy excludes the people of South Africa.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I just wish to repeat to our guests in the gallery, order, honorable members, that the elected members who are representing you are sitting here at the bottom, and they are the ones who actively participate. Hulle neem deel in die verrigting in die huis. U is hier om te kom kyk dat u verteenwoordigers besluite neem wat in u guns is. En daarom verwag ons dat u vir die lede wat die onder is 'n geleentheid gee om deel te neem, en u is slegs hier om waar te neem. Ek hoop almal verstaan ons nou. The Honorable Johnson, you may continue.
Thank you, House Chair. I would have wished to say to those that are celebrating, maybe we will celebrate elsewhere, not here. Honorable Chair, Speaker of the House, fishermen and fisherwomen, Deputy President, His Excellency, Comrade Khalima Muntante, Minister of Agriculture, Forest and Fisheries, Comrade Tina Juma Peterson, Ministers and Deputy Ministers present here, colleagues, officials from our able Department of Agriculture, Forest and Fisheries, led by its brand new Director General, Professor Edith Fries, hard-working parliamentary officials from Agriculture, Forest and Fisheries Committee, Mrs. Albertina Kakaza, Mrs. Ntombi Luzipo, Ms. Nokzola Mkashe, Ms. Ntombi Kwabe, Mr. Ntlantla Gininza, Mr. Foster Muhale, and Ms. Yolanda Sili. Captains in fishing industries who probably might be here, comrades, fellow South Africans. I must submit from the word go that the ANC supports this bill. Our committee, through a very robust public hearing process that involved our coastal communities, fishermen and women, commercial industry, academics and legal practitioners, unanimously declared that the country's wealth shall be shared among those who work it. Being an integrated, coherent socio-economic policy framework, our Reconstruction Development Program sought to mobilize all our people and our country's resources towards the final eradication of apartheid colonial system and the building of a democratic, non-racial and non-sexist future. Within the framework of policy represented by the RDP, the ANC continues to develop detailed positions and legislative programs, this being one among many, to eradicate 361 and 65 years of colonial and apartheid legacies, respectively, of written, unwritten rules, regulations, and laws. Consistent with the RDP framework, the primary object of small-scale fisheries policy adopted by Cabinet in September 2012 is the upliftment of impoverished coastal communities through improved access to marine resources and sustainable management of those resources through appropriate strategies. Manphinde ndithi sithe gqolo kuyo i-RDP framework oyena ndoqo wale policy kukuthi kuzanye ukuhlangabezana kunye nesigqibo secabinet ngo-2012 last year ngoSeptember ibe ikukuzama ukukhuthaza nokususa ebantwini bakuthi baphaya emalwandleni kwindawo nasemanqwameni ukuba impilo zabo ziphucule ngokuthi baxhamle kwinhlanzi kunye nokumanage ezo resources ezo ngendlela efana nenye esikuyo njengoba sithetha. During May 2012, transformation public hearings on fisheries, among others, observations and resolutions that came out are as follows: that there be a fishing charter that would see greater representation of black people. When I say black, I include Africans, colored, and Indians in the mainstream economy of the industry, fishing in this instance. Number 2, that a sea accident fund similar to the road accident fund be established to ensure that workers who die or get injured at sea were compensated accordingly. In short, amendments seek to implement the small-scale fisheries policy that Cabinet adopted in 2012 September. These are your subsistence fishers, now as amended as small-scale fisher, who continue to be exploited until the implementation of this act. Hence its urgency, as our people cannot continue to be exploited in the manner they continue to be exploited. Taking cue from Inkosi Zwelvelile Mandela, Zwelvelile. President Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya said as follows, I quote, "When the missionaries arrived, the Africans had the land and the missionaries had the Bible. They taught us how to pray with our eyes closed. When we opened them, they had the land and we had the Bible." Unquote. How one would wish this could be the same in today's times, where we all pray and the great-great-grandsons and daughters were to get their Bibles back, and we have our land and fishing rights back without having to go through what we are going through today. As we commemorate 100 years of land dispossession, equally, our coastal communities are joining these commemorations in saying, never, never, and never again shall the fishing rights be taken away by colonizers. What this Native Land Act of 1913 deed was to restrict black people from buying, leasing, and selling land, except in the scheduled areas, which were referred to as reserves, whilst white people were prohibited from owning land in those areas. The result of these land dispossessions led to millions of black people to being uprooted from their ancestral land, including coastal lands, with cruelty and without compensation. This allocation of fishing rights to cooperatives and small-scale fishers through this legislation, we are adopting sets in motion a process where black people shall directly participate in the mainstream fishing economic activity in our country. In so doing, we shall be demobilizing 100 years of land dispossession and its socio-economic impacts, hectare by hectare and ton by ton. In amending this legislation, indeed, our ANC-led government is on course in bringing about a better life for all. As this industry continues to be seasonal, a multi-species approach gives credence to the need to provide our black people with more opportunities to catch more fish for consumption and equally important to trade. The legislation seeks to allocate fishing rights to 8 sectors: the demersal shark, the KZN pearl prawn, traditional linefish, hake land line, hand line, squid, tuna pole line, white mussels, and oyster fishers. In the interest of our developmental objectives of bringing a better life for all of our people, collaboration among departments has indeed been yielding positive results. The training of our coastal communities by NGOs like Coastal Links and Masifundise alongside with DTI, and provision of vessels by TTI has assisted our people to ready themselves for this fishing right allocation process. Through comprehensive agriculture support program, our small-scale fisher and cooperative programs shall have an extended benefit as CASP is now extending its mandate to fisheries. Rehabilitation of our fishing harbors is another example that demonstrates the department's commitment to growing and transforming of our fisheries sector of our economy. It cannot be business as usual for our fishermen and women that they continue to die in sea waters like flies. With this continuation of sea water carnages, relevant departments of government must, with urgency, begin to put in place sea water accident fund like you have on road accident fund. As our fishermen and women die in sea, it is as if nothing has happened at all in our country. One death is too much. Ours continues to be an ANC-carrying government. As we commemorate 100 years of dispossession in conclusion of land and coastal lands and the process of undoing those 100 years in 20 years, nobody can disagree with the ANC that we have done indeed a great deal. Hectare by hectare, tonnage by tonnage, we are improving our people's lives for the better. As we have started this process in 2005 of changing from year-on-year quota system to medium-term fishing right allocations, we are now taking this process to newer heights of getting our coastal fishing communities through their cooperatives and small-scale fishing fisheries to mainstreaming fishing economic activities. Once again, the ANC supports this bill, and thanks for your attention.
Chairperson, on a point of order, sir.
Yes, Honourable Member.
I would like to raise the question, is it constitutional and parliamentary for us to refer to any section of the population of our country today as colonizers? Because I would like to invite, sir, that you must study the Hansa. It's important that today, the examples we set must not lead this country to a disaster tomorrow. And I raise this question because I would like you to make a ruling on it.
Honourable Member, your question is noted. However, we must be mindful, Honourable Members, that this is a political debate on this piece of legislation. But we'll have a look at the Hansard, and if there's a need to, we'll make a ruling. Honourable Member?
Further point of order. If I heard correctly, one of the speakers from the ANC said, looking at the people here, you have stolen our land.
Honourable Member?
I'm asking you to rule on that.
Honourable Member, I do not recall that comment being made, but we will look at the Hansard at the text. But in terms of this debate that is currently taking place, that comment, I cannot recall it taking place. Honourable Minister?
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, I'd like to find out, even before you go to Hansard, whether the Honourable Likota is denying that there were colonizers in this country.
Honourable members, no.
Thanks.
Honourable Member, will you take your seat, please? Unfortunately, this is not a question and answer session. We are in the middle of a debate, and that is why I'm going to recognize the next speaker, the Honourable Van Dalen.
Speaker, the DA says give fishermen their constitutional right. Speaker, it is clear that the Minister of Fisheries and the department are playing political games with the lives of ordinary people. These are our small-scale fishermen who are suffering the brunt and extreme exploitation. These are families whose livelihoods depend on fishing. They are sick and tired to be part of a political game. You see, Speaker, the draconian laws of this department had made these fishermen criminals and poachers. These people are the forgotten people from the sea. All they want is to have the sea breeze on their skin and to catch fish and rock lobster to feed their family. And if some is left, sell it to send the children to school, and if they are sick, to take them to hospital. These fishermen are really not asking too much. They are not asking for money or property. They are asking for an opportunity to have access to the sea. Speaker, this brings me to the reason we are here today. To pass an amendment bill to the Marine Living Resource Act, which will give these fishermen recognition under law with the right to fish. It is well documented that for 2 years we have pleaded with the Minister Tina Joemat-Patterson to bring this bill to committee for a wholesale workover. Our pleadings fell on deaf ears. And then in September this year, 3 months after the deadline for bills to come to this House, the bill is admitted as a matter of urgency. What is worse is that the Minister then comes to the committee, guns blazing, and in a derogatory way makes an attack on the committee. She screams at the top of her voice, making utterances like, "This incompetent and useless committee has not passed any legislation in their term and are failures." She lambasted the DA and her own ANC comrades for being the reason her department has to work in a constitutional and legislative vacuum. And we are the reason her department is failing. I submit, Speaker, it is the Minister's stubbornness and inability to see it any other way but her own that have landed us in this position. One day she will have to answer for that. Speaker, this attack on the Committee of Parliament was an attack on the integrity of us as parliamentarians. We asked the chairperson to protect us, but he failed us too. We want to put it on record, Speaker, that the DA has been fighting to have this bill passed, as we understand the rights have to be allocated before the end of the year.
Order, honourable members.
It seemed that the Minister was trying to blame the DA for blocking the bill. The simple fact is that she knew the bill will not be passed in time. To add insult to injury, when I asked legitimate questions about the correct tagging of the bill, I was accused of trying to block it. As a lawmaker, it is my obligation to an oath I have taken in this House to make sure we pass good bills and to hold up, that will hold up to constitutional muster. I was proven right, and the bill was only tagged as a 76 bill last week. This means that the bill now has to go to the different provinces for some more consultation, and I'm afraid it will not be signed into law by the end of the year. To allocate the long-term fishing rights these people want, but rather the end of next year. It is like giving a child a sweet, but you only give him the wrapper, and there is no sweet inside. This is a disgrace, Minister. We, the DA, demanded that our position be recorded to a clause that was inserted by Honourable Palazzo, which thought that it was better to define marginalised people. The legal advisors advised against it. She insisted it be put in, and then the chairperson made a ruling that it be done. The simple fact is that the phrase "and only marginalized groups" cast the net wide, which is more acceptable in lawmaking. The next point I would want to raise is the fact that these fishing communities, through the small-scale fishing policy, would now be forced to belong to cooperatives. People have a constitutional right to freedom of association and freedom of choice. Therefore, Speaker, it must be a choice and not a prerequisite to get a right. Cooperatives also have bad track record in fishing communities, and Honourable Lewis will talk about that some more. Furthermore, the bill will change the status of current subsistence fishermen, about 6,000 people in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, to small-scale fishers. This has serious implications considering the significant number of subsistence quota holders, their isolated location, inaccessibility to deaf fishing control officials, and the lack of any legal, socio-economic research or analysis into what it would mean to migrate these quota holders into a category of small scale and force them into cooperatives. It is not feasible to simply remove the largest single recognized category of fishermen from the statute books without a concrete plan to assist them going forward. Today, the DA reiterates its support for the empowerment of fishermen and fishing communities, but strongly urges this House and our counterparts in the NCOP to not only do the job of empowering fishermen, but to do it well. I implore the provinces, the department and the minister to put aside all political interest and to do what is best for the fishermen. What is best for the fishermen is for this bill to be passed without any further delay, and therefore we will be supporting it. The DA will continue to represent and champion the rights of the fishing sector. Our people contribute, like other sectors, to the well-being of this country. Let us give them not only our support, but the freedom to exercise their constitutional right and become law-abiding patriots of this country. Surely this is not too much to ask. Thank you.
The Honourable Banga.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, yesterday was a commemoration of Vuyisi Lemini, a leader of the workers and a leader of the poor. We celebrate his tireless struggle to truthfully fight for the plight of those who do not have. Vuyisi Lemini was the leader of the people of South Africa, not a sectoral Vuyisi Lemini. The Congress of the People support the bill. We support the bill not because it was a cake given to our people by Minister Tuna Jomat. It was because of the tireless struggle of the people sitting on the gallery and outside who took the South African government after they have passed the Marine Living Resources Act in 1998 to court to say, what you have done in passing the 1998 Act, you have excluded us as small-scale farmers. It was them who took this to court, and they won and instructed government court that there must be a plan and an amendment of this bill. Therefore, tell no lies, claim no easy victories. It was not the Department of Agriculture that brought this. It was those people sitting there who stood up and fought for their rights. The transformation of fisheries in this country is pivotal for two reasons. Is that the poor people of our country who live in coastal towns, who were made not to have a relationship with the environment in which they are living with, today, out of their fights and struggles in the coastal towns, they today being rewarded by all of us to say we approve the fact that you stood up for yourself and fought those who did not understand the life of people living in coastal environments. It was you, even in the public hearings, who put it into context that it is not only about exploiting the marine species, it is about leaving them, conserving them in order for generations to come to live with these species. It's not about only eating the fish, thinking that people should grab the fish. It is also about them understand that some of these species in the coastal environment are in danger. The people sitting in that gallery, they understand sustainable development, the coexistence of the two. We must stop this thing of using our people on the eve of election and the plight of our people of hunger and poverty, and just rush in doing things in which you do not have a plan. You must tell the people the truth. It is not true that wake up tomorrow, wake up next year in June, that Minister Tuna Chumatu will have a clear plan to implement what she's promising to the people. Don't raise the expectations of our people. What we are doing today, we are laying a foundation to make sure.
House Chair, on a point of order.
What's the point of order, ma'am?
I rise on a point of order. The honorable member here standing is insinuating that the minister has lied and misled the House by promising to implement the bill once it's completed. I want you to rule him to withdraw his statements and out of order.
Honourable member will consult the Hansard and come back with it. Continue, honourable member.
Our plan, we should put it in place for our people to understand
Order,
that it
please,
is
order.
only through a clear plan of the Department of Agriculture that will make those poor fishermen in Hermanas, in Hans Bay, when they wake up tomorrow, they have the support system that they need in terms of boats. She cannot even run the marine vessels that we have that are supposed to monitor poaching, that are supposed to collect data of the available species. Now she thinks that she will be able by tomorrow to implement and promise our people that she will not. We need more than 400 million for this legislation to work. She does not have. What we are saying, we want a minister who will be capable to address the plight of those who do not have, and not promise them on the eve of election and create an impression that they care. She does not care for them. For the past 10 years, this legislation was not passed. Just on 6 months on the eve of election, they are saying that things are going to be better. Don't lie to our people. Our people mean business. Our people need to live better. They want a better life. For a minister to come here who's unable even to address the issue of aquaculture in our country. South Africa's aquaculture is 0.1%.
Honourable member, there's a point of order.
Honourable Chairperson, in the first, the word lying resurfaces for the second time. I suggest that the member should honor the decorum of the House. If the honourable member is saying the minister is lying, it's not parliamentary, and we all know that. It's not about politics.
Honourable member, I heard that expression. Were you referring to?
Chairperson.
I was referring to far away from the truth.
Chairperson.
Honourable member, what are you saying?
I'm saying the things the minister is promising our people are far away from the truth.
Chairperson.
Honourable member, I asked you if you are referring to the minister, then that is unparliamentary. You should withdraw that.
I'm referring to the department.
Honourable member, don't waste your time. Withdraw that.
I submit. I accept that I made a mistake. I withdraw.
Honourable member, continue.
Aquaculture alone in this country, out of Egypt, Kenya, and many other countries, was 0.1% in aquaculture.
Point of order. His time has expired, sir. Thank you.
which I'm not sure which clock are you keeping there. Let's rely on my clock here. Continue, honourable member. You've got a few seconds.
We are the worst performer in this country in as far as aquaculture farming. We are even overshined by countries like Egypt, who are unstable, Kenya and Nigeria, because of the failure of Minister Tina Jomat. This minister alone, she have appointed since 4 years back, 7 director generals. Fisheries alone is dysfunctional. She has declared her administration and her capacity to run agriculture and fisheries in this country
Honourable member, your
as
time
defunct.
has expired.
Therefore, we cannot trust, the people should not trust Minister Tina Jomat. Thank you very much.
Honourable members.
Chairperson, I just want to say that the previous speaker spoke for the longest 6 minutes that I ever heard in my life.
Honourable members, I simply want to caution that it is very good to have a robust debate. I think it's good to have that robust debate, but let us not get carried away. The Honourable Siti Msima.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, honourable members. This bill seeks to open a new chapter for the previously disadvantaged communities living along our coastline, whilst at the same time not excluding those who are interested in the business of fishing inland. The fishing industry provides a means by which people can change their lives for the better. When apartheid laws were applied, the communities living in the areas along the coast were forcefully removed, leaving behind what they consider as their golden treasure, which is the ability to engage in fishing. The community members supported their families through fishing, although it was not big business for them. They never struggled to put food on the table because of the easy access they had to the sea. Through this bill, emerging fishermen have the opportunity to gain licenses for their small business from the department. This will liberate those who have been roped in by commercial fishing companies as shareholders, but who have not been empowered with skills to run a business. Despite being labeled shareholders, they are treated as mere employees being used to front for the sake of PE scores. We should not allow the denuding of our scarce marine resources by unscrupulous pirate operators. This is something we all agree on, but legislation must be crafted in such a way that we do not have small subsistence fishermen for whom fishing is only a source of food or protein for their families, but also a source of income for them. The bill deserves the support of all parties who believe in the principle of, and I quote, all people shall share in the natural resources of our land, unquote. I regard this bill as one that will emancipate those communities which rely on fishing as their main source of income. The IFP will support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. I now call upon the Honourable Gigi Hill Lewis. Order, please, order.
Agbare voorsitter, agbare lede. Ons is almal baie bly om soveel vissermense saam met ons vandag te hê. Hierdie debat is 'n wonderlike en belangrike geleentheid vir elke vissegemeenskap in Suid-Afrika. Maar kom ons wees nou eerlik. The minister said today in her press conference just before this House that fishing communities across South Africa will be able to look forward to a brighter Christmas. The fact is that nothing could be further from the truth. If this minister had brought this bill to Parliament when the DA first requested it 24 months ago, then Christmas for these ladies and gentlemen from the fishing communities would have been brighter, because the bill would have been through the provincial process and it would have been signed into law already. But the minister brought the bill here 3 months after the deadline for bills to be processed in this House this year. And as a result, it will only be implemented at the end of next year, at soonest. Minister, that is not the committee's fault. That is not the DA's fault, and it is not the ANC members on your backbench's fault. That is your fault, Minister. You have been the minister for 4.5 years.
There's a point of order. On what point of order do you rise, sir?
Honorable Chairperson, I know Chairperson is a misrepresentation. There is no such a thing as a deadline for the submission of bills to the House. There's no such a thing.
Honourable member, continue.
Well, the minister brought the bill in September when she's been the minister for 4.5 years. So that's long, long, long after you should have brought it. And that's the truth. There is no other reason for this failure, and the minister should own up for it. And all South Africans, including those in the gallery, should know the truth of what happened in this bill. Minister, Chairperson, let's talk about the issue of cooperatives. The Honourable Steyn and the Honourable Van Dalen did not argue that cooperatives themselves are unconstitutional, as the Minister suggested in her speech. I'm not sure if she heard them correctly. What they said was forcing every fisher person in South Africa to join a cooperative in order to get fishing rights is unconstitutional. That's quite a different point. You are forcing these people to join cooperatives when all they want to do is to be able to legally make a living. Now they need to deal with audited financial statements, members' interests, share of the vote, annual general meetings. More than 90% of cooperatives in South Africa fail. More than 90%. And we hope that in this sector, the success rate will be higher. But the fact is, in order to make that success rate higher, cooperatives will need substantive support. But the Minister has admitted today that she doesn't have the budget to support these new cooperatives. She has 100 million and she needs 400 million to even begin to make this piece of legislation work. She says in response to the Honourable Steyn's question, don't worry, we'll find the money. That's very, very hollow when you need 400 million rand to make them work.
Order, please, order.
And the Minister of Trade and Industry has distributed 2 or 3 fishing boats to cooperatives. That's not support. That's not going to reduce the 90% failure rate to something where these folk can have sustainable incomes over the long term. As always, that's just hollow promises, empty promises with absolutely no follow-up. And that's what this bill is all about.
Honourable Chairperson?
So,
what point of order do you rise, ma'am?
No, it's not a point of order. I wanted to know whether Honourable Hilewils will take a question.
I'm very happy to take your question.
Honourable member, he can speak for himself. Honourable member, will you take a question?
I said I'm very happy to take a question, Chair.
Okay, there you are.
Do you take offence when the Department of Trade and Industry offers support to small business?
No, I don't take offence. I just want it to be substantive instead of just style over substance. The Department of Trade and Industry goes and hands out 3 fishing boats to cooperatives and thinks that's going to solve the problem for small-scale fishing in South Africa. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's an empty promise. That's all it is. So let's consider the failures here, Minister. Let's consider the failures. You failed to bring this bill to the House in time. You failed to to find the budget to support this bill, and you have forced the fishermen and women to join co-ops that they don't need and don't necessarily want. That's the truth. You call yourself a vriend van die armes, achtbare minister. That's what you said in your speech. Well, as the Honourable Banga said, nothing could possibly be further from the truth. The truth is there is only one person in this parliament that fights for the rights of fishermen. There is only one person in that committee that fights for the rights of fishermen, other than the Honourable Member from the ANC, who you've now kicked out of the committee. And that is the Honourable Van Dalen. Now let me tell you, even the ANC has recognized it. That's why
your time has expired.
That's why they've chucked you off the Northern Cape list, and that's why you have to come to the Western Cape.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon the Honourable MN Paliso.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, achtbare lede van die publiek van die vissergemeenskappe.
Point of order.
Die verknorsing waarin kleinskaalse vissers
point of order.
Vir die eerste
Honourable
keer
Member, there's a point of order.
Chairperson, a member is not allowed to communicate with people on the gallery. It is against the rules of Parliament. And this is not a public meeting.
Order, please. Order. Order, please. Order.
die verknorsing waarin die kleinskaalse vissers
Honourable Member.
word vir die eerste keer deur die wysigings
Honourable Member, order.
wetsontwerp op mariene lewende.
Honourable Member, I'm not holding you responsible, but then the House Chair who was here before me did make it very clear to the audience that you do not partake. And Honourable Member, you shouldn't have done that yourself. Continue, please.
Daar was 'n aantal beperkings op visvangsregte wat toegang vir kleinskaalvissers tot die tradisionele visvangterreine bemoeilik het. Toegang wat die armer gemeenskappe in staat sou gestel het om swaarder op die plaaslike hulpbronne vir die verkryging van goedere en dienste vir oorlewing te leen en om toegang tot betalende indiensneming te verkry. Now through this bill, there will be an easy access to fishing grounds. The fishers who don't have income at all will manage to obtain the goods and services they need for their livelihood or gain access to employment through relying on the local common resource. The government of the ANC will ensure that restrictions on fishing rights are replaced by easy access to fishing grounds. The fishing communities will also be capacitated to be able to process and trade their products. At present, the most important contribution of small-scale fisheries towards poverty alleviation would be through the use of marine living resources, food security. The amendment of Section 2 of Act 18 of 1998, which excluded women, youth, and people with disabilities, is a very important step towards rectifying the past prejudice against women, youth, and people with disabilities, effectively seeking to roll back the legacy of triple oppression under apartheid. On 19 June 1913, the then racist colonial government of our land enacted the Land Act, which is one of the worst pieces of legislation ever known to mankind. This diabolical and introduced a system of land tenure that inevitably deprived the vast majority of South Africans of their right to own land and to enjoy open access to bountiful natural resource endowments. Our magnificent land and its two oceans offer. The provisions of the bill are the following: the need to promote equitable access to and involved in all aspects of the fishing industry, and in particular to rectify past prejudice against women, the youth, and persons living with disabilities, the needs to recognize approaches the fisheries management which contribute to food security, socio-economic development, and the alleviation of poverty, and the need to recognize that fish may be allocated through a multi-species approach. This amendment gives the most vulnerable groups a chance to participate in the fishing industry in order to prove their capabilities to contribute in the economic growth of the country without prejudice. The bill also provides an opportunity to fishing communities to come together as groups to form cooperatives by the addition to the definition of South African person of the following paragraph, a cooperative registered in terms of the Cooperative Act 2005, Act number 14 of 2005, of which all the members are South African citizens, but where any member is a juristic person, such person's principal place of business must be in Republic of South Africa. These above two amendments are the most important milestones towards achieving our objectives of a non-sexist, prosperous and united South Africa, where people are able to make decisions about their own development. Ons weet uit ondervinding dat die meeste huishoudings wat in die visbedryf en veral die ontwikkelende lande betrokke is, nie op 'n hoë inkomste kan reken nie en slegs daarop kan staatmaak om te oorleef. Daar moet dus aandag geskenk word aan die ontwikkeling en steun van kleinskaalse vissers en gebiede soos Paternoster, Honneklip, Lengwel, Elandsbaai, Houtbaai, Hamburg en nog meer kan ek noem van die arm gemeenskappe. Miskien is armoedsverligtingsmeganismes nie so aantreklik uit 'n ekonomiese oogpunt nie, maar uit 'n sosiale hoek beskou is die rol van kleinskaalvisserye as 'n lewensonderhoudende en tredhoudende meganisme noodsaaklik vir die armes, veral in gebiede waar alternatiewe werksgeleenthede skaars is en geen sosiale sekuriteitsprogramme beskikbaar is nie. In sodanige gebiede sal visserye die rol speel van 'n welsynsprogram wat deur al ander vorme van sosiale ondersteuning deur verskillende regeringsvlakke verskaf sal word. Soos aangedui in die nasionale ontwikkelingsplan, is seevisserye belangrik vir die oorlewing, vir kleinskaalse vissery en vir indiensneming. Die NOP stel dit duidelik dat kleinskaalvissers op mariene bronne as 'n bron van voedsel staatmaak, terwyl die visbedryf redelik getransformeer is vir sover dit swart ekonomiese bemagtiging betref, word diegene wat tradisioneel in die visbedryf betrokke is, gereeld geïgnoreer. Aldus die nasionale ontwikkelingsplan, tradisionele vissers moet beter geleenthede en ondersteuning kry. 'n Spesifieke voorbeeld is om supermarkte aan te moedig om hul waardeketings oop te stel deur vennootskappe met plaaslike produsente en plattelandse visserygemeenskappe te sluit. Ons moet ook kennis neem dat die feit dat die vertroue op visserye om 'n inkomste aan die armes te verseker nie net so ver as visserye aktiwiteite gaan nie, maar dat dit ook verwerkings- en handelaktiwiteite insluit. Hierdie aspek bring ons ook by die geslagsdimensie van kleinskaalvisserye, naamlik dat vroue gewoonlik die hoofdeelnemers is in hierdie verwante sektore is. Die beskerming, ondersteuning, erkenning van die regte van kleinskaalvissers strook met nasionale beleid, planne, programme, internasionale standaarde. Kleinskaalvisserye sal aangewend word as 'n strategie om armoede te verlig en voedselsekerheid en plaaslike sosiale ekonomiese ontwikkeling te bevorder. Die departement erken dus dat kleinskaalse visser 'n bydrae tot die land se ekonomie sal lewer en dat verspreidingsmeganisme vir armoedsverligting en generiese sosiale ondersteuning verskaf sal word. Ondersteuning sal ook verskaf word vir infrastruktuur en dienste wat noodsaaklik is vir ekonomiese ontwikkeling, maar slegs die sodaniges wat waarskynlik nie deur die privaat sektor verskaf sal word nie. Byvoorbeeld, vervoer infrastruktuur na markte en die voorsiening van opvoeding en gesondheidsorg fasiliteite op hierdie wyse sal 'n ontwikkelingsagenda in werking gestel word van kleinskaalse visserye sal betref. A number of factors which will play a critical role in terms of achieving our goals are equity in the value chain, growth and competitiveness through providing support to small operators to enable them to improve their productivity and incomes. The Integrated Fisheries Development Plan, daar is 'n plan vir die ligters, will also assist in terms of addressing the value chain and the development of alternative livelihood for coastal communities. Die tyd dat ons die geduld van vissergemeenskappe moet beloon is nou. The ball is in our court now to implement what the people have been waiting for so long, for 40 years. Die ANC is vir 'n trotse nasie. Die ANC is die regering van die mense, vir die mense. Die vryheid handves van die ANC stel dit reg dat net die ANC regering sal alle ongelykhede van die verlede sal die ANC regstel. Dankie ANC vir 'n trotse onbaatsigtige dienslewering. Ek wil dankie sê vir die minister Honorable Tina Joemat-Pettersson, 'n vrou net soos wat net sy Imbokoto kan wees, wat gelei het en deurgebreek het en die eysterdeur oopgegooi het om vir die kleinskaalse vissers 'n beleid te vorm met die insette van die mense. Die mense, Honorable Banga, het self die insette, hierdie tydperk wat hier vir die huis gemislei word en gesê word, die bil het laat hier uitgekom. Die insette van die mense was belangrik. Die tyd is verby, laat daar bil sal gemaak word sonder die mense se insette. Die mense het nie die regering hof toegevat nie. Hulle die stelsel van apartheid hof toegevat. Want die stelsel van apartheid het toegelaat toe die Land Act geïmplementeer word. Toe word daar meganismes in plek gesit wat gelyk gaan met die uitdeling van die visbronne. En dit het gelei dat die vissergemeenskappe van hulle grond af weggevat is. Hulle is na die binneland toe gestuur en daarna het die Bantu-stans, wat hulle vir ons genoem het, ingekom en die Bantu-stansbeleid toe hy inskop. Toe word die mense in compounds ingesit, waarvan ons daai compounds nou multipurpose resource centers maak. Want ons wil nie daai geskiedenis wegvat nie, want ons wil ons se kinders wil ons leer. Dit is waar ons gelewe het, dit is wat ons oorgekom het, dit is waarvan ons afkom. 8 jaar was daar niks vir die kleinskaalse visser nie. Waar was Honorable Van Dalen? Hoekom het hy nie opgestaan? Hoekom het hy nie daai tyd al 'n beleid in plek gesit nie? Want die beleid wat ons gehad het, die Principal Act, akkommodeer glad nie die kleinskaalse vissers. En dis hoekom daar vir die eerste keer in die geskiedenis 'n kleinskaalse wysigingswet ingebou word deur die mense self. En Honorable Miriam Palliso wat hier staan van die African National Congress, die ANC, is 'n aktivis in die visserye. Almal wat hier gepraat het van die DA en van die Congress of the People was nie deel van die aktivisme om deurbraak te maak vir die kleinskaalse vissers, want hulle weet nie wat smaak dit om te gaan slaap, om net 'n klein kreefbeentjie te eet en 'n bietjie water te drink. En tot vandag toe wil ek tog waarsku vir Honorable Van Dalen om nie ons mense poachers te maak nie. Om vandag vir die huis te kom sê dat Honorable Van Dalen het hierdie beleid het hy geondersteun. Hy het hom teengestaan, hy praat vir recreational fishing. Hy praat nie vir kleinskaalse vissers nie. Hy beklei vir sport, visaktiwiteite se quota wat nie gaan verhoog word. En dit is die rede. En dit is die rede.
There's a point of order, man. What is the point of order?
The point of order is, can the member please speak a bit louder?
Dit is nou wanneer 'n mens spyt raak vir die waarheid. Die kommersiële sektor
Order, honourable members, order, please.
die ryk monopolie kapitaal.
Honourable member, can you just take your seat? Honourable members, please. The way you heckle now, I cannot even hear the speaker myself. You are heckling too high, I cannot even hear.
Chairperson.
No, let the honourable member speak. Listen. Just listen.
Yes, Chairperson, but you said you can't hear the speaker. I just want to assure you, you're missing nothing.
Honourable member, continue.
Die kommersiële sektor is oorheers deur die ryk monopolie. wanneer 'n ryk monopolie wat nie honger is nie. Ons praat hier met die armoedige mense. Ons praat hier met mense wat gegroei het in rykdom, net die lekker lewe geken het, nooit honger geloop slaap het nie. Ons praat met onsself, met die armoede. Gedurende hierdie tydperk is die meeste kleerling in swart kusgemeenskappe wat buite die aangewese bandtoestands gewoon het, ontneem van die toegang wat hulle tradisioneel tot die see en lewende marine hulpbronne gehad het. Kleinskaalse vissers is gedwing om vir die vismaatskappye onder monopolie-eienaarskap te werk. Ons wil sê, sover as dit die SMME's wat die meeste werk skep teen die kus, die monopolie-kapitaal ons mense verdrink. Ons het lyke in die see wat ons vandag nog nie kry nie. Ons het liggams van mense wat ons soek, wat niemand van praat nie. Waar is hierdie aktiviste wat hier gepraat het? Wat sê hulle praat vir die arme mense? Kom help ons om daardie lyke uit die see uit te kry. Laat ons die name vir julle gee van Khayelitsha, van Utata, wat daar sit en omdat hy Xhosa praat, word hy nie kop toegevat in die Weskaap nie. Today is the day in which we can finally undo the shackles of a century of oppressive legislative legacy and restore to those whom we claim to represent their age-old and biblically recorded right to sustain a livelihood for themselves, their families and their communities from the bountiful natural resources, living marine resources that occur in our two oceans along our magnificent 3,000-kilometer coastline. Let us today restore their dignity and freedom and ignore the misleading falsehood of a naive political opportunist, a bogus advocate, and a thief of coastal community fishing wealth. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order. Order, please. Order, please. I now call upon the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries to respond.
Honorable President, today is really a wonderful day. I am absolutely happy. Deputy President, today is a victory for the poor. On the 3rd of May 2012, the Honorable Van Dalen said that the small-scale fishing policy is ideologically moribund, I repeat, moribund and devoid of any understanding of the economics of the industry. I can give the Honorable Van Dalen a list of all the hands-ons where he spoke against the small-scale fishing, where he spoke against any small-scale fisher community, and where he only supported the big industries. Now the big industries are their constituency. That's their friends and that's their family. Now that it is voting time, it is them who need you. The hands-on you can get, it is right here. Thank you very much. What moribund means is that it is approaching death, it is about to die, it is a state of near death. Was Van Dalen predicting that the DA is about to die? It is in a state of death? It's on the verge of becoming obsolete? Or was he saying that his own party was a moribund political party which was breathing its last breath? Or was he saying that he himself was moribund and that he himself was on his last legs? Such hypocrisy has been exposed today.
Order.
The chameleon has been postponed, has been exposed. Honorable Banga said that this policy, which we passed in 2010, they have been fighting me since 2010. He said that this policy will never become a reality. It will never be a bill and it will never be enacted in Parliament. Today, Honorable Banga, you are a chameleon when you saw that opposing the bill, Honorable Van Dalen, when you saw that opposing the bill would lose you votes, you changed your tune. Honorable members, we are touching a very sore nerve. This is real economic transformation. We are taking away the wealth from the rich and we are giving it to the poor. This is not a Robin Hood principle. Here you have heard the DA saying that you just want to be fishermen and fisherwomen. We have news to you. They want to be educated. They want to be business people. They want business plans. They want AGMs. Now, Honorable Member, you are saying that you want them. You are so condescending. You are so condescending. It is derogatory. It is racist.
Honourable Minister, your
Thank you
time
very
has
much.
expired.
I am so happy that you have been exposed today.
I address you on a point of order. Chairperson, point of order. Chairperson, I'm addressing you on a point of order.
What is a point of order?
The Honourable Minister accused the Honourable Jordan Hill Lewis of being racist. I submit that that is unparliamentary and that she must withdraw that statement.
Honourable Member, we will consult the Hansard and come back with the ruling. Are you trying to intimidate me? Order, please. If I say we're going to consult the Hansard and come back with a ruling, it's in order with the process and the rulings of this House. So I don't need a member to try and intimidate me when I say that. All members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Marine Living Resources Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the 16th order.
Second reading debate, Independent Communications Authority of South Africa Amendment Bill.
I now call upon the Honourable S.E. Kulwani to introduce the report. The bill, Amen.
Chairperson, Chairperson, can I quickly ask for clarity, please, on a point of order?
Please.
Chairperson, I would like to understand why the report of the Portfolio Committee on Communication is not part of the orders of the day, nor is it part of the orders of further business, because clearly it should have been introduced in the House and thereafter the second reading. So I would like to understand what the reason for that is, please.
Honourable Member, I thought that was the business of the programming committee and the whips, and I thought you were part of that.
May I please just indicate to you that the programming committee and the whips don't compile the order paper. This is compiled by the NA table, and clearly this is an oversight, and it is very serious because it is not conforming to the rules of Parliament.
I'm sorry, I do not have the answer to that, Honourable Member.
On a point of order, sorry. I think Honourable Killian is seriously out of order. There's WIPARI Chief Whips Forum that looks at the program and what matters comes before the House. There's programming. We said this morning 8:30 at NAPC. Surely if she was genuine, she knew there was a problem, she should have raised it there. Matters of what goes on the order paper does not come before the House. We don't debate them here. It's unprocedural, it's unprecedented what she's doing.
Honourable Member, that was my knowledge. Please take your seat. Let's continue.
May I address you?
That was my knowledge.
House Chair, may I address you?
What point of order do you raise?
I would like to address you on the committee report of the ECASA Amendment Bill. I would like to know and for clarity whether the two should go together, as has been the case for everything this afternoon. It is normal procedure that the committee report comes before the House for adoption, and a bill comes for either a second reading or for a declaration.
Remember, we will come to that in the course of the debate. Can we proceed at the moment?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Deputy President, Ministers and Deputy Ministers who are here, my colleagues, members of Parliament, and everyone who might be around. Indeed, this is the report on the ICASA Amendment Bill as agreed upon by the committee that I will present the report, and the other parties, they are going to have declarations. Indeed, ICASA Act is amended for the second time now. The first time when it was amended, it was 2006, where it was integrating due to the convergence of technology to incorporate postal services into the work of the regulator in that particular time. More importantly, the strategic focus at this time was to recognize the technological and other services related to developments in the field of broadcasting, telecommunications, as convergence is moving in a very high speed. However, despite the fact that the department has engaged in the overhaul of the ICT policy review as mandated by the 53rd ANC National Conference in Mangaung, that indeed we must review our policies, this bill focuses only on the side of the technical amendments around the operation and the functioning of the regulator. Indeed, in the light or in the fact that there is a ICT policy review which is going on, we have agreed to defer some of the matters to the policy review. Amongst those issues, the creation and operation of the Spectrum Management Agency, as indicated in the context of the ECA Amendment Bill that was published for public comment in July 2012. We have also deferred the working and the structure of the Complaints and Compliance Commission of ICASA. We have also deferred the provision that address ownership and control and structure, duties and powers of the ICASA Council to the policy review processes. Indeed, this bill, in terms of the Section 1, all what it does, it realigns definitions in terms of the new status quo in terms of the ICT. Section 4 of the bill seeks to ensure that there is a harmony on the matters of the electronic transaction, while 17A to 17E seeks to ensure that where it needs be, the regulator can have concurrence jurisdiction agreement with other government or state entities. The bill also deals with the power relations between the minister and the regulator. As we all know that before, it was not clarified or was not clear in the legislation in terms of the power relations. It further also deals with the issue of international aspect where the regulator wants to be advised in terms of undergoing their regulations. Those are the major areas which we have focused at, which are important to streamline and outline the work of the regulator whilst we wait for the overhauling of the policy within the ICT sector itself. However, Chairperson, I must indicate that it has not been an easy road in terms of dealing with this bill. I must bow for the ANC members in the committee who managed that on their own, without the opposition parties, to hold on the public hearings, to listen to those people who wanted to make submission. I'm not surprised about all these hiccups before I could introduce this bill, because other members chose to try by all means that the bill does not go through, because of the far-reaching which is having in ensuring that indeed the regulator focuses on what it's supposed to do, in particular to make sure that, amongst other things, cost to communicate in this country becomes a reality. However, Chairperson, I must thank all the members of the committee, including the opposition, including the ruling party, the staff, state law advisors, legal services, and everyone who supported us through this process. Indeed, it was not an easy process, as I've indicated. However, we managed to execute our tasks and finalize our task as was expected, thanks to the former Minister Tainapule, the current Minister Tatu Karim, the Deputy Minister, and the Director General of the Department, and the officials who supported us during the process of this bill. And therefore, Chair, in that, I would like to put or to comment this bill before this House and ask for it to be adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? There are objections.
The DA would like to make a declaration.
Declarations have been called for. The DA.
Honourable colleagues, the legislation before this House today was in the main positively received by most of the ICT industry stakeholders who commented on the draft. This supportive frame of mind was an expression of relief that the Department had seen sense and radically revised the original bill published last November. Those proposals, which were clearly drafted to emasculate ICASA's authority over regulatory development, caused an uproar in the sector. The Department has wisely deferred most of these issues to the ICT policy review process, which should produce a green paper for public discussion by year end. But the desire by government to undermine ICASA's constitutional independence is not on the back burner. The memorandum of objections of the bill went to great lengths to state that the amendments would not limit ICASA's independence. They said, the importance of an independent and impartial regulator for the communications cannot be overstated. Yet any time a clause in this bill was criticised for giving the Minister too much authority over issues in ICASA's domain, the ANC members of the committee vociferously asserted that ICASA was not a Chapter 9 institution and that the Minister should be the person calling the shots. Our Chapter 9 institutions, established to protect our democracy and inhibit the abuse of executive power, are increasingly being subjected to executive creep that makes them susceptible to political pressure. It is part of this government's strategy to capture institutions of state by a small ruling clique to entrench their own power and enrich themselves. Protecting ICASA's Chapter 9 status will be the major battle in the sector during the next Parliament. Part of the ICT policy review process is to clarify ICASA's constitutional independence. This will hopefully lead to legislation that will unequivocally entrench the Chapter 9 independence of ICASA to protect it from political, business and sectoral pressures, so it can be a financially independent regulator serving the best interests of all South Africans. The executive creep that is usurping ICASA's constitutionally protected independence can be found in Section 4H, subsection 3A, which says that ICASA, in exercising its powers and performing its duties, must consider policy made and policy directions issued by the Minister in terms of this Act. On this fact alone, we object to this amendment bill It seeks to broaden the scope of policy directions that can be issued by ICASA to the Minister. The Democratic Alliance is of the view that this clause, inserted from the Electronic Communications Act, strikes at the independence of ICASA as set out in Section 192 of the Constitution. We cannot allow the erosion of the independence of our Chapter 9 institutions to happen by stealth.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any other declaration? Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, first of all, at the outset, we should say that participation in the process was consistently to try to adjust the legislation to what we could live with because of the status of ICASA. ICASA is namely the successor in law of the Independent Broadcasting Authority, which is a Chapter 9 institution. It has swallowed all the functions of the Independent Broadcasting Authority, and even the Minister in the Presidency, Honourable Manuel, has confirmed that there was an oversight during the process of compiling ICASA law in 2000, that it was not recognised at that stage, that it was actually possibly an infringement of the Constitution. Now, that matter has not been corrected in law up to now. What we have before us today, I have listened to what the Honourable Shin has said. The reason why we are not objecting to the bill, but we are cautioning. The reason why we are not objecting to the bill is the fact that it says ICASA must consider the policy made by the Minister. Because in terms of our Constitution, the executive is the policy-making body in government. We are the legislative authority. We must clearly see that policy and law find each other. However, we cannot, as the Congress of the People, ignore executive creep, and therefore we are extremely mindful and very cautious that the executive cannot interfere in the performance and the administration of the independent regulator. They are protected in terms of Section 192 of the Constitution. And clearly, the Act mostly deals with administrative matters, the amendment bill before us, but we caution also that by trying to legislate in further detail of exactly who must submit what report when, you cannot turn an ineffective regulator into an effective body. That is determined by the people that are appointed to the Council of ICASA, where we find that mostly the individuals appointed to that body as part of a political deployment of the ruling alliance. And that is why that body is not functioning effectively. Secondly, it's because of the staff employed. ICASA has been before our committee on various occasions indicating that they don't have the skills and the capacity. That is why it's failing. So, by and large, the Act before us is really completely unnecessary. It's not going to turn an ineffective body into an effective body. You cannot legislate to make an institution effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any other declaration, Honourable Member?
Honourable Chairperson, I proudly rise on behalf of the Movement of the People, the ever so gallant African National Congress. Honourable House Chairperson, our predecessors and proud leaders of this more than a century movement, when passing the baton to us, had said, "Comrades, Livambeni Lingashoni." Today, I rise to support the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee in his presentation of the ICASA Amendment Bill in this House. Honourable Speaker, it is our conviction and courage that the spear shall never and will never fall. You will recall, honourable members, that on the occasion of the Minister of Communication 2013 budget speech on the 21st of May, the former Minister Diana Pule had indicated that in relation to the legislative program in the course of the 2013 year, the department will be introducing 4 legislative amendments. One of these, honorable members, is the ICASA Amendment Bill. Honorable Chairperson, let me remind the House that at the point or on that budget vote, it was not like there were never any naysayers or those that did not believe that the ANC will deliver on their promise. Honorable House Chair, the first movement and party to secure the freedom of this country and the independence of its state-supporting institution is and remains the ANC. All these existing institutions are there because the ANC believe that they have a major role in democracy. We as the ANC fail to understand how we can create such institutions and later on compromise their independence. The ANC government established the Independent Communication Authority of South Africa as an independent regulatory body of the South African government, functioning under the Department of Communication. And our position has not changed. We encourage ICASA to continue respecting the Constitution and the law, to perform its duties and take decisions in an impartial manner without fear, favor, prejudice, and any political or commercial interference. That's what we supported originally, and that's what we did with this bill. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, the ANC will never shy away from its responsibility to govern and govern as well as we're always ready to govern this country. The ANC supports the enactment of this bill and to all amendments as agreed to by the committee. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any other declaration? None. Honourable Members, before I put the question, I have this brief ruling to make, and I hope it will be in response to the intervention made by the Honourable Kallian and Honourable Killian, respectively. Honourable Members, committee reports on bills are, as a matter of practice, not formally considered in the House when they do not contain specific recommendations that go beyond the amendments already included in the bill and require consideration of additional issues. That has been standard practice for many years. That is also the reason why the report was not put on the order paper for consideration, but only on the ATC, for the information of members of the House. The order before the House is therefore in order. The practice itself can be reviewed if necessary. Thank you. I now put the question.
Can I address you on the matter?
Honourable Member, I've made a ruling. Can we proceed? Just sit down. I now put the question. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? There are objections. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. Looks like the ayes have it.
Chairperson, please record the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
The objections of the DA will be recorded.
Chairperson, can you please record the objection of COPE to the process followed? Thank you.
The objections of the COPE will be recorded. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Independent Communications Authority of South Africa Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Consideration of report of ad hoc committee to consider and report on the recommendations contained in Public Protector's Report number 13 of 2013-14.
And I call upon the Honourable L.T. Landers to introduce the report.
Honourable Chairperson, following an investigation by the Public Protector's Office into complaints of maladministration, corruption, irregularities in the procurement of the Riverside Office Park to accommodate the head office of the Independent Electoral Commission. In August 2013, the Public Protector issued her report on this matter entitled Inappropriate Moves, Report 13 of 2013/2014. At the same time, the Speaker of the National Assembly received a letter from the Public Protector to which Report 13 of 2013-2014 was attached for the Speaker's information. In her letter to Mr. Speaker, the Public Protector stated, amongst other things, and I quote, "The widely spread submissions made by Advocate Lakula, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, in the media, in which she challenges my investigation's procedural and substantive fairness, has raised serious concerns. In view of the above, and in order to ensure that fairness prevails, I would humbly request you, the Honourable Speaker, to intervene in terms of Section 2B, Roman 3 of the Public Protector Act, Act 23 of 1994, and consider referring the matter to the Chairperson of the Electoral Court to allow him an opportunity to consider investigating the matter in terms of Section 20, Sub 7 of the Electoral Commission Act, Act 51 of 1996, close quotes. On Wednesday, 11 September 2013, the National Assembly approved a resolution establishing an ad hoc committee to, quote, consider and report on the recommendations contained in the Public Protector Report 13 of 2013-2014, and also to consider the request of the Public Protector that the report be referred to the Electoral Court, close quotes. At its first meeting, your ad hoc committee agreed to request formal written responses to Public Protector Report number 13 of 2013-2014 from the Independent Electoral Commission, the Chairperson of the IEC, Advocate Lakula, the former Commissioners of the IEC, and the Auditor General's Office, which the ad hoc committee subsequently received. In addition, as Chair of the ad hoc committee, I wrote to the Public Protector seeking clarity on her reference to Section 2B, Roman 3 of the Public Protector Act, because there is no Roman 3 in Section 2B of that Act. In a written reply, the Public Protector corrects the incorrect reference and then goes on to state in paragraph 3, and I quote, my intention for referring the matter to the Speaker was for him to consider the report as both institutions of the Public Protector and the Electoral Commission report to the Speaker administratively. With respect, it was never my intention to have the report tabled in Parliament, close quotes. Equally significantly, the Independent Electoral Commission states in their written response in paragraph 3, quote, our understanding is that the Electoral Commission is not empowered to deal with this matter insofar as it relates to one of the commissioners. Accordingly, we will wait for the Honourable Speaker to advise us of the advice given to the President on the appropriate action considered to be taken, close quote. Moreover, in order to assist the ad hoc committee in its consideration of this matter, the committee requested a legal opinion from Parliament's legal advisers. This legal opinion went a long way in assisting the ad hoc committee to reach the conclusions contained in the report serving before the House. It must be noted, Chairperson, that the intention of the Public Protector was for the Speaker to meet with the Independent Electoral Commission to the exclusion of the Chairperson of the IEC and consider whether action should be taken against Advocate Lakula for her role in the procurement of the Riverside Opposite Park. The ad hoc committee rejects this recommendation for the reasons provided in our report, and we ask the National Assembly to endorse the ad hoc committee's findings by adopting this report, which was agreed to unanimously in the ad hoc committee. In conclusion, allow me to express the ad hoc committee's thanks and appreciation to the offices of the Speaker and Deputy Speaker, to the Office of the Institution Supporting Democracy for their assistance and cooperation. And we also express our appreciation to the Secretariat of the committee for their efficiency and assistance. And finally, my thanks to all the honourable members of the ad hoc committee, particularly the Honourable James Self and the Honourable Johnny DeLanga. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections.
Chairperson,
Agreed to.
there is no objections, but the Democratic Alliance requests a declaration.
Declarations have been requested. The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. The referral of the Public Protector's report on the IEC's headquarters has exposed critical weaknesses in the relationship between the Public Protector and other Chapter 9 institutions, as well as the relationship between the Public Protector and Parliament. In her report, the Public Protector specified remedial action which ought to be taken, including effectively ordering the Speaker to meet with the Electoral Commission to the exclusion of its chairperson, and that they should advise the President of the appropriate action to take. In a letter to the Speaker dated 28 August, Advocate Madonsela asked that the Speaker refer the chairperson of the Electoral Commission to the Electoral Court, arising from submissions the chairperson of the IEC had made to the media. In a letter dated 2 October, the Public Protector said that the report should be referred to the Electoral Court, and I quote, as the court would perhaps come to a different conclusion from mine, close quote. These directives and requests were unlawful and unconstitutional. What is required and urgently is legislation or an amendment to the rules that regulate the way reports of the Public Protector are dealt with by the National Assembly. As the legal opinion requested by the ad hoc committee put it, and I quote, in order to be of assistance to the Public Protector in respect of similar incidents in future, and acting in terms of Section 181(3) of the Constitution, the National Assembly may consider a legislative intervention to address the legal challenge that became evident in the instant case, close quote. So while we support the report, we make the appeal that we make it possible for Parliament to deal effectively with the reports of the Public Protector. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any other declaration? Honourable Didang.
I'm taken a bit by surprise. I didn't realize there are going to be declarations, but I think we should add a few things to the report.
Order, please.
I think members of Parliament should really take time to go and read this report. When you read it, it's actually very embarrassing. It's embarrassing because of its quality. You know, I mean, Mr. Landers has been very kind in the report he's given and not pointed out all the difficulties, because it's not often that all the parties unanimously in this Parliament agree to something. And without a lot of debate on this matter, we all unanimously agreed that this report should not be entertained by us because what is being suggested is unconstitutional and legally not feasible. You know, when we wrote the letter to the Public Protector and she wrote back, she says, oh, sorry, yes, I quoted the wrong clauses. Now, you know, firstly, for the Public Protector to write a letter to the Speaker of Parliament and quote her own act incorrectly. Then she quotes Section 8, says, and I was acting in terms of Section 8. Section 8 says, if you make findings that you think the National Assembly should deal with, then you should refer your report to Parliament. The next sentence she writes, I never intended for Parliament to discuss the report. Although she's just quoted, she's acting in terms of that section. You know, the recommendation in the report, listen to this. The recommendation in the report says, the Speaker of Parliament, not the Speaker of the National Assembly. The Public Protector doesn't even know that the Speaker of National Assembly. But the Speaker of the National Assembly, of Parliament, must, in consultation with the IEC, without the chairperson, decide whether you take action. Now, I must be honest with you that a Class 1 kid will not make a legal suggestion like that. It is just, it just breaks every tenet of the separation of powers of how government should operate, to suggest not that Parliament should do it, but that the Speaker should do it. Firstly, she doesn't understand that the Speaker operates through Parliament. That is why Parliament, the Speaker, even although what he received looked so funny, he referred it obviously to the committees, he acts through them. Then there's, of course, at no stage does she say at all she's looking at the removal of the head of the organization. Somehow someone must have mentioned it to her when she sent her report, so she writes in the letter. In the letter she writes to us, although in her report she never deals with the removal. In the letter she then writes, well, why don't you just pass this on? Because she said something nasty to me about the media, why don't you just pass this on to the electoral court? Because there's a dispute. If you go and read the legislation that this Parliament passed, how you deal with a commissioner
Remember,
of
your time has expired.
Please do yourself a favor. Go and read the report yourself. Thank you very much.
Any other declaration? No? Then I put the question again. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. Now that concludes the business for the day and the House is adjourned.